This is part 2 of an outline of occult science by Rudolf Steiner. We're going to be picking up around the middle of the book, near the end of chapter 4, in the section that deals with such subjects as Lucifer, Atlantis, the fall of Atlantis, the post-Atlantean civilizations, the mystery religions, and finally the Christ event. And after that, we'll be reading straight through until the end of the book. So if you're following along in a book, we're going to be starting on page 182 in the Gutenberg edition of the 1922 Outline of Occult Science. And if you have the original 1922 edition, it's page 229. So without further ado, I'll begin the reading now. The inner soul life of man was also transformed in many ways by the Lucifer influence. Many kinds of feelings and emotions due to it might be instanced. Of these, only one can be mentioned. Previous to this influence, the human soul acted in that which it had shape and to do according to the purposes of higher spiritual beings. The plan of everything that was to be carried out was determined from the beginning. And in proportion to the degree to which human consciousness was evolved, it was able to foresee how things must develop in the future in accordance with that preconceived plan. That consciousness of the future was lost when the veil of earthly perceptions was woven across the manifestations of higher spiritual beings, and in these the real forces of the sun spirits were hidden. Henceforth, the future became uncertain, and in consequence of this, the possibility of fear was implanted in the soul. Fear is a direct result of error. It is, however, evident that through the Luciferian influence, man became independent of certain definite forces to which he had previously submitted without the exercise of his will. Henceforth, he was able to form resolutions of his own. Freedom is the result of the Luciferian influence, and fear and similar feelings are only the phenomena attendant on the evolution of human freedom. Spiritually seen, fear makes its appearance in this way. Within the earth forces, under whose influence man had come by means of the Luciferian powers, other beings were operating, which had developed irregularly much earlier in the course of evolution than the Luciferian powers. With the earth forces, man admitted into his nature the influence of these other beings. They gave the quality of fear to feelings, which without them would have operated quite differently. They may be called Ahrimanic beings. They are the same that Goethe calls Mephistophelian. Although the Luciferian influence manifested itself at first only in the most advanced individuals, it soon spread to others. The descendants of the advanced individuals intermingled with the less progressive described above, and in this way the Luciferian force was conveyed to the latter. But the etheric body of these souls returning from the different planets could not be protected to the same extent as that of the descendants of those who remained on Earth. The protection of the etheric body of these descendants emanated from an exalted being in whom was vested the leadership of the cosmic when the separation of the sun from the earth took place. That being is the ruler of the kingdom of the sun. With him, those lofty spirits, whose cosmic development was sufficiently matured, departed for their dwelling place in the sun. But there were other beings who had not reached such a height at the separation of the sun. These were obliged to seek other spheres. It was through their instrumentality that Jupiter and other planets became detached from that general cosmic substance of which, at the outset, the earthly physical organism consisted. Jupiter now became the abode of those beings who were not highly enough developed to live on the sun, and the most advanced of these became the leader. As the leader of the sun evolution became the higher ego which worked in the etheric body of the descendants of those who had remained on Earth, so the Jupiter leader became that higher ego which manifested as a common consciousness in certain other human beings. Those were the human beings descending from the intermixing of those who had only appeared on Earth at the time of the air element and had gone over to Jupiter. These human beings may be called, in conformity with occult science, Jupiter humanity. They were scions of the human race which had adopted human souls so far back in that ancient time, but who, at the beginning of earthly evolution, were not yet mature enough to take part in the first contact with fire. They were souls midway between the human and animal soul kingdoms. Now, there were other beings who, under the leadership of the greatest one among them, had detached Mars from the general cosmic substance to make it their dwelling place. Under their influence there arose a third kind of humanity, formed by interbreeding, the Mars humanity. This knowledge throws light upon the origin of the formation of the planets of our solar system, for all the members of that system originated through the various stages of maturity reached by the beings inhabiting them. But of course it is not possible to enter into all the details of cosmic differentiation here. Those people who felt in their etheric body the influence of the exalted sun being himself may be called sun humanity. The being who lived in them as the higher ego, of course only in the race, not in the individual, is the same to whom various names were given in later times when man had gained conscious knowledge of him. It is he who appears to the human race today as the Christ. Saturn humanity is also to be distinguished at that time. The higher ego of this race appeared as a being who, with his associates, had been forced to leave the general cosmic substance before the separation of the sun. In these individuals, not only the etheric body, but also the physical body was partly exempt from the Luciferian influence. But the etheric body was nevertheless not well enough protected in the less developed races of mankind to be able to sufficiently resist the influences of the Luciferian beings. These individuals could arbitrarily use the spark of the ego within them to such a degree that they were able to call forth mighty and destructive effects of fire around them. The result was a mighty terrestrial catastrophe. A large part of the inhabited earth was wrecked by fiery storms, and with it the human beings that had fallen into sin. Only a very small part of those who had remained untouched by sin were able to take refuge in a region which had so far been shielded from the fatal human influence. The country occupying that part of the earth now covered by the Atlantic Ocean proved to be peculiarly well fitted for the abode of the new human race. Thither that part of humanity repaired which had preserved purity. Only stray groups of humanity inhabited other regions. Occult science gives the name of Atlantis to that part of the earth which once existed between the present continents of Europe, Africa, and America. This particular stage of human evolution has its special nomenclature in theosophical literature. The period preceding the Atlantean is called the Lemurian Age, whereas that during which the moon forces had not yet fully developed is called the Hyperborean Age. This is preceded by yet another, which coincides with the earliest period of the evolution of the physical earth. Biblical tradition describes the period before the influence of the Lucifer beings came into play as the paradise time, and the descent to earth, or entanglement of humanity in the sense world, as the expulsion from paradise. The Atlantean period of evolution was the real time of separation into Saturn, Sun, Jupiter, and Mars humanities. Up to that time, only predispositions for this separation had been developed. The division between the state of waking and sleeping had special consequences, which appeared particularly in the Atlantean race. During the night, the human astral body and ego were in the sphere of the beings superior to man, as far up as the sons of personality. Man could perceive the sons of life, the angels, and the sons of fire, the archangels, through that part of his etheric body which was not united with the physical body. For he was able to remain united during sleep with that part of his etheric body which was not interpenetrated by the physical body. It is true, his perception of the sons of personality was vague, owing to the Luciferian influence. But not only the angels and archangels became visible to man in this condition, but also those beings who were not able to enter upon earthly existence because they had lagged behind on the sun or moon and were therefore obliged to remain in the psycho-spiritual world. But man, by means of the Luciferian influence, drew them into his soul, which was separated from his physical body during sleep. Thus, he came in contact with beings whose influence was highly corrupting. They increased in his soul the propensity for error, especially the tendency to misuse the powers of growth and reproduction, which, since the separation of the physical and etheric bodies, were now under his control. Certain human beings of the Atlantean period, however, became entangled in the sense world only to a very limited degree. Through them, the Luciferian influence became, instead of a hindrance to human evolution, a means of further progress. It enabled them to develop knowledge of earthly matters sooner than would otherwise have been possible. They sought to expel error from their imaginative life and to interpret, by means of cosmic phenomena, the original purposes of spiritual beings. They kept themselves free from those impulses and desires of the astral body which were directed merely toward the sense world. Hence, they became more and more free from the errors of the astral body. This resulted in a condition through which they were able to confine their perceptions to that part of the etheric body which was separated from the physical body in the manner described above. Under these conditions, the capacity of the physical body for perception was practically extinguished, and the physical body itself was as though dead. For through the etheric body, these individuals were wholly united with the kingdom of the lords of form, and were able to learn from them how they were being guided and directed by that exalted being, the Christ, who was the leader at that time of the separation of sun and earth. These people were initiates. But since human individuality had been brought into the sphere of the moon beings, as described above, these initiates could not, as a rule, come into direct contact with the Christ being. They could only see it as a reflection shown them by the moon beings. Thus, they did not see the Christ being directly, but only the reflection of its glory. They became leaders of the rest of humanity, to whom they were able to impart the mysteries they had seen. They attracted disciples, to whom they communicated the methods for attaining the condition which leads to initiation. Only those could attain knowledge of the Christ who belonged to the sun humanity mentioned above. They cultivated their mystic learning and the occupations which promoted it at a particular spot which, in occult science terminology, may be called the Christ oracle or sun oracle, the term oracle being used to denote a place where the purposes of spiritual beings are unveiled. Other oracles were called into being by the members of the Saturn, Mars, and Jupiter humanities. The intuitive vision of their initiates was confined to seeing those beings who were revealed to them in their etheric bodies as their respective higher egos. Thus, adherents of the Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars wisdom arose. Besides these methods of initiation, there were others for those who had assimilated too much of the Luciferian spirit to allow as large a part of the etheric body to be separated from the physical body as was the case with the sun humanity. Nor could they be brought to the revelation of the Christ through these conditions. Because their astral body was more influenced by the Lucifer principle, they were obliged to undergo a more difficult preparation, and then, in a less disembodied state than the others, they were able to receive the revelation, not indeed of the Christ himself, but of other exalted beings. There were beings who, although they had left the earth at the separation of the sun, did not stand on such a high level that they were able to continue taking part in the sun evolution. They formed an abode for themselves away from the sun after its separation from the earth. This was Venus. Their leader was the being who now became a higher ego to these initiates and their adherents. A similar thing happened with the leading spirit of Mercury for another group of people. In this way, the Venus and Mercury oracles arose. One kind of human beings who had most completely absorbed the Luciferian influence could reach only one of the higher beings who, with his associates, had been the first to be expelled from the sun evolution. This being has no particular planet in cosmic space, but still lives within the periphery of the Earth, with which he was once more united after the return from the sun. The group of people to whom this being was revealed as its higher ego may be called the followers of the Vulcan oracle. Their attention was more directed to earthly phenomena than that of the other initiates. They laid the first foundations of what afterwards became the human arts and sciences. On the other hand, the Mercury initiates established the study of the more supersensible things, and the Venus initiates did this to a still greater extent. The Vulcan, Mercury, and Venus initiates differed from those of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars in the manner of receiving their mysteries. The latter received them more as a revelation from above and in a more finished state, whereas the former gained their knowledge more in the form of their own thoughts, in the form of ideas. The Christ initiates occupied a middle position. While having a direct revelation, they acquired the capacity for clothing their mysteries in a human form of conception. The Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars initiates were obliged to express themselves more in symbols. The Christ, Venus, Mercury, and Vulcan initiates were able to impart their knowledge more through ideas or concepts. Whatever knowledge of this kind reached Atlantean humanity came indirectly through the initiates. But the rest of mankind also received special faculties through the Lucifer principle. For, through the intervention of lofty cosmic beings, what otherwise might have wrought ruin was transformed into good. One of these faculties was that of speech. This was brought about by the condensation of man's physical body and by the separation of part of his etheric form from his physical body. For some time after the separations of the moon, man felt himself connected with his physical ancestors through the group ego. But this common consciousness, linking posterity with its ancestors, was gradually lost in the course of generations. Later descendants had an inner memory of only their more recent ancestors, no longer of their earlier forefathers. It was only in conditions akin to sleep, during which mankind came in contact with the spiritual world, that the remembrance of one ancestor or another again emerged. Then people thought of themselves as one with that ancestor whom they believed to be reappearing in them. This was an erroneous idea of reincarnation, which arose especially in the later Atlantean period. The true doctrine of reincarnation could be learned only in the schools of the initiates. They could see how the human soul passes through the disembodied state on its way from one incarnation to another, and they alone were able to impart the real truth of the matter to their disciples. In the remote past, which is now under consideration, man's physical form was very different from his present form. It was still, to a great extent, the expression of the qualities of his soul. Man was composed of a softer and more delicate substance than that which he has since acquired. That which is now solidified in the limbs was then soft, flexible, and plastic. The bodily structure of the more psychic and spiritual human beings was delicate, supple, and expressive. Those less evolved spiritually possessed coarser, heavier, less mobile bodily structures. A high degree of psychic maturity contracted the extremities, and the stature remained small. Backwardness of the soul and entanglement in sensuality were outwardly expressed by gigantic size. While man was growing to maturity, his body was being formed in accordance with what was developing in his soul, in a way which would appear incredible and fabulous to contemporary ideas. Depraved passions, impulses, and instincts brought in their train a colossal increase of matter. Man's present physical form has come about through a contraction, thickening, and consolidation of the Atlantean human form. And whereas man, before the Atlantean period, had been an exact image of his soul nature, the events of the Atlantean evolution bore within them the causes which lead to the formation of post-Atlantean man, whose physical form is solid and comparatively independent of the qualities of the soul. The forms of the animal kingdom had solidified during far more remote Earth periods than those of man. The laws now governing the shaping of forms in the kingdom of nature certainly did not prevail in the remote past. Toward the middle of the Atlantean evolution, a calamity gradually befell humanity. The mysteries of the initiates had to be carefully kept secret from those who had not purified their astral bodies from sin. Had they gained insight into that hidden knowledge, into the laws by means of which higher beings directed the forces of nature, they would have employed those forces thus placed at their disposal for their own perverted needs and passions. The danger was all the greater because mankind was coming, as has been described, into the sphere of lower spiritual beings, who could not take part in the regular evolution of the earth and were therefore working against it. These persistently influenced humanity in such a way as to instill into it interests which were actually directed against human welfare. But mankind still had the power to employ the forces of growth and reproduction belonging to animal and human nature in their own service. Not only humanity in general, but even some of the initiates yielded to temptation from low spiritual beings. They were induced to employ the supersensible forces mentioned above for a purpose which ran counter to human evolution. And for this purpose, they sought out associates who were not initiated and who made use of the secrets of the supersensible forces of nature for low ends. The result was a great corruption of human nature. The evil spread further and further. And since the forces of growth and generation, if torn from their original sphere and used independently, have a mysterious connection with certain forces working in air and water, there were thus unchained, through human action, mighty, destructive natural forces which led to the gradual ruin of the Atlantean territory by the agency of air and water catastrophes. Atlantean humanity was obliged to migrate, that is, that portion of it which did not perish in the storms. In consequence of these storms, the surface of the earth was altered. On one side, Europe, Asia, and Africa gradually assumed their present shape. On the other, America appeared. Great migrations took place to these countries. Those migrations which were directed eastward from Atlantis are especially important for us today. Europe, Asia, and Africa were gradually colonized by the descendants of the Atlanteans. Various peoples fixed their abode in these continents. They were at different stages of development and also at different levels of corruption. And with them came the initiates, guardians of the oracle mysteries. They established sanctuaries in various parts, in which the cults of Jupiter, Venus, etc., were cultivated sometimes in a good, sometimes in an evil manner. The betrayal of the Vulcan mysteries exercised an especially unfavorable influence, for the attention of their adherents was mostly centered on earthly matters. By this betrayal, man was made dependent on spiritual beings who, as a result of their past evolution, rejected everything emanating from the spiritual world which had been evolved through the separation of the earth from the sun. In accordance with the tendency they had thus developed, they worked upon just that element in man which was formed through his having perceptions of the sense world, behind which the spiritual world lies hidden. Henceforth, beings acquired great influence over many of the human inhabitants of the earth, and indeed their influence asserted itself more and more by depriving mankind of the feeling for spiritual things. Since the size, form, and flexibility of the human physical body were still largely affected by the qualities of the soul, the consequence of the betrayal of the mysteries also appeared in changes of the human race in these respects. Wherever the corruption of humanity manifested itself, especially in the abuse of supersensible powers for the satisfaction of lower inclinations, desires and passions, unsightly human shapes, grotesque in size and form, were the result. These were not able to survive the Atlantean period and became extinct. Post-Atlantean humanity was formed physically from those Atlantean ancestors in whom such a solidification of the bodily form had taken place that it no longer yielded to those powers of the soul which had now become perverted. There was a certain period in the Atlantean evolution during which, by means of the law ruling in and around the earth, just those conditions prevailed which tended to solidify man's bodily form. Those human racial types which had been solidified before this period could, it is true, reproduce themselves for a long time, yet the souls incarnating in them gradually became so cramped that they had to die out. It is true that some of these race types survived into the post-Atlantean times. Those which had remained sufficiently agile lasted even for a very long time in modified form. Human forms which had remained flexible after the period just described became bodies for such souls as had, in a measure, undergone the pernicious influence of the betrayal described above. These forms were destined to speedy extinction. In consequence of what had thus happened, beings had brought their influence to bear upon human evolution. Since the middle of the Atlantean period, beings whose influence tended to make mankind live in the physical sense world in an unspiritual manner. This went so far that, instead of man seeing the real form of that world, phantoms, hallucinations, and illusions of every kind appeared to him. Mankind was exposed not merely to the Luciferian influence, but to that of those other beings mentioned above, whose leader may be called Ahriman, according to the appellation given him later in the Persian civilization. He is the same as Mephistopheles. Through this influence, man was subject, after death, to powers which made him appear even then as a being adhering only to material earthly conditions. He lost more and more the unobstructed vision of the events of the spiritual world. He was forced to feel himself in Ahriman's power, and, to a certain extent, shut out from intercourse with the spiritual world. There was one oracle sanctuary of special importance, which in the universal decline had preserved the ancient cult in its purest form. It was one of the Christ oracles, and on that account it was able to preserve not only the Christ mystery itself, but those of the other oracles as well. For in the manifestation of the loftiest of the sun spirits were also revealed the regents of Saturn, Jupiter, and the other planets. In the Sun Oracle, the secret of producing in some particular human being such human etheric bodies as had been possessed by the best of the Jupiter, Mercury, and other initiates was known. By means of the methods used for this purpose, which cannot be further dealt with here, impressions of the best etheric bodies of the ancient initiates were preserved, in order that they might subsequently be stamped upon suitable individuals. The same process could be employed with the astral bodies of the Venus, Mercury, and Vulcan initiates. At a certain time, the leader of the Christ initiates found himself isolated with a few associates, to whom he was able to impart, to a very limited extent only, the mysteries of the cosmos. For those associates were individuals who were endowed with the natural ability to permit the least possible degree of separation between the physical and etheric bodies. They were altogether, at that time, the best possible individuals for promoting the further progress of humanity. Their experiences in the realm of sleep had become rarer and rarer. The spiritual world was more and more closed to them. Therefore, they were also lacking in the comprehension of all that had been revealed to man in ancient times when he was not in his physical, but only in his etheric body. Those immediately surrounding the leader of the Christ oracle were the farthest advanced with regard to the union of the physical body with that part of the etheric body which had previously been separated from it. This union came about in the human being little by little as a result of the transformation which had taken place in the Atlantean continent and the earth in general. The physical and etheric bodies of man fitted more and more into each other. Hence, the memory lost its former unlimited capacity, and the human life of thought began. That part of the etheric which was united with the physical body transformed the physical brain into an actual instrument of thought, and man, from this time, first really felt his quote-unquote ego within his physical body. Self-consciousness awoke. This was at first the case with only a limited number of the human race, preeminently with the associates of the leader of the Christ oracle. The bulk of humanity, scattered over Europe, Asia, and Africa, retained in varying degrees the remnant of the old conditions of consciousness. Hence, they had direct experience of the supersensible world. The associates of the Christ initiate were people of highly developed intelligence, but of less experience in supersensible spheres than any of their contemporaries. The initiate journeyed with them to a country in Central Asia. He wished them to be guarded as much as possible from contact with those of less developed consciousness. He instructed his followers along the lines of the mysteries which had been revealed to him, and especially did he do this with their descendants. Thus, he gathered round him a people who had received into their hearts the impulses corresponding to the mysteries of the Christ initiation. Out of this company, he chose the 7 best, that they might be endowed with the etheric and astral bodies which bore the impress of the etheric bodies of the 7 best Atlantean initiates. Thus, he educated a successor to each of the Christ, Saturn, Jupiter, etc. initiates. These 7 initiates became the teachers and leaders of the people who, in the post-Atlantean period, had colonized the south of Asia, especially ancient India. Since these great teachers were endowed with the etheric bodies of their spiritual ancestors, the contents of their astral body, that is, the science and knowledge they themselves had worked out, was far below what was revealed to them through their etheric body. Therefore, if these revelations were to speak within them, they were obliged to impose silence on their own science and knowledge. Then the exalted beings who had also spoken to their spiritual ancestors spoke out of and through them. Except during the times when these beings were speaking through them, they were simple people, endowed with the measure of intelligence and feeling which they had cultivated and worked out for themselves. There lived at this time in India a race of people who had retained a particularly vivid remembrance of the ancient soul condition of the Atlanteans, which permitted experiences in the spiritual world. Moreover, the heart and soul of a great number of these people were powerfully attracted by such experiences. By a wide decree of fate, the majority of the race had come to southern Asia from among the best portions of the Atlantean population. Besides this majority, other Atlanteans had migrated thither at different times. The Christ initiate, referred to above, appointed his 7 great disciples to be the teachers of this association of people, to whom they imparted their wisdom and precepts. Many of these ancient Indians needed but little preparation for reviving within them the scarcely extinct faculties leading to observation of the supersensible world. For longing after that world was really a fundamental quality of the Indian soul. It was felt that man's original home was in that world. He is transplanted out of it into this one, which offers only outer sense observation and the intelligence connected with it. The supersensible world was felt to be the real world, and the sense world to be a deception of the human power of observation as illusion, Maya. By every possible means, these people strove to open up a view of the real world. They could take no interest in the illusory sense world, or at any rate only so far as it proved to be a veil for the supersensible. The power going out from the 7 great teachers to such people as these was a mighty one. What they were able to reveal entered deeply into the Indian soul. And since the possession of the transmitted etheric and astral bodies invested the teachers with lofty powers, they were also able to work magically on their disciples. They did not really teach. They worked as though by magic power from one personality to another. Thus, there arose a civilization completely saturated with supersensible wisdom. The contents of the books of wisdom of the Hindus, the Vedas, do not give the original form of the lofty wisdom imparted by the great teachers of most ancient times, only a feeble echo of it. Only the seer's eye, looking backward, is able to find unwritten primeval wisdom behind the written words. A particularly prominent feature of this ancient wisdom is the harmonious accord of the various wisdom oracles of the Atlantean time. For each of the great teachers was able to unveil the wisdom of one of these oracles, and these different aspects were in complete harmony, because behind them all was the fundamental wisdom of the Christ initiation. It is true the teacher who was the successor of the Christ initiate did not impart to his disciples what the Christ initiate himself was able to reveal. The latter had remained in the background during this period of evolution. At first, he was unable to entrust his high office to any post-Atlantean. The difference between him and the Christ initiate of the 7 great Indian teachers was that the former was able to work his vision of the Christ mystery completely into the form of human ideas, whereas the Indian Christ initiate could only offer a reflection of the mystery in signs and symbols. For his humanly cultivated power of conception did not suffice for such a mystery. However, from the union of the 7 teachers, there resulted a knowledge of the supersensible world, presented in one great wisdom panorama, of which only separate portions could be imparted in the ancient Atlantean oracles. The great regents of the cosmos were revealed, and the one great sun spirit, the hidden one, ruling over those who were manifested through the 7 teachers, was delicately indicated. What is here meant by ancient Indians is not the same as what is usually understood by that term. No outer documents exist of the period in question. The people usually known as Indians belong to a stage of historical evolution which was developed long after the time spoken of here. We have to distinguish a first post-Atlantean period of the Earth, in which the Indian civilization now described was the predominant one. Then came a second post-Atlantean period in which the prevailing civilization was that which later in this work is called the Ancient Persian, and still later was developed the Egypto-Chaldean civilization, also to be described. During the evolution of these second and third post-Atlantean epochs, ancient India also went through a second and third epoch, and to this third epoch belongs what is usually related of ancient India. What is described here must therefore not be applied to the ancient India mentioned elsewhere. Another feature of this ancient Indian civilization is that which afterward led to the division of the race into castes. The inhabitants of India were descendants of Atlanteans who belonged to the various types of Saturn and Jupiter humanities, etc. By means of supersensible teachings, it was seen that it is not by chance that a soul is incarnated in a particular caste, but that the soul itself has determined its lot. Such an understanding of supersensible teachings was made much easier because it was possible to revive in many people the inner remembrance of their ancestors, which has been described above. This, of course, might also easily lead to an erroneous idea of reincarnation. Just as in the Atlantean age, it was only through the initiates that the true idea of reincarnation could be realized, so in India, in most ancient times, it was possible only through direct contact with the great teachers. It is true that the erroneous idea of reincarnation mentioned above found the widest acceptance imaginable among the bands of people who were dispersed over Europe, Asia, and Africa in consequence of the Atlantean catastrophe. And because the initiates who had gone astray during the Atlantean evolution had imparted the mystery of reincarnation to immature souls, mankind began to confuse more and more the true with the false ideas. Many of these people indeed retained a kind of dim clairvoyance as a heritage from the Atlantean period. Just as the Atlanteans had entered the spiritual world during sleep, their descendants had experience of it in abnormal states, intermediate between sleeping and waking. Then there arose in these people the images of the ancient times of their forefathers. They believed themselves to be reincarnations of people who had lived in those times. Teachings about reincarnation, which were at variance with the true ideas of the initiates, were widely spread over the earth. As a result of the long-continued migrations which had taken place from west to east since the beginning of the Atlantean catastrophe, a group of people settled in Western Asia whose posterity is known to history as the Persian race and the tribes related thereto. Here we look back to a much earlier period than the historical times of these peoples. Next, after the Indian period, we have first to do with the very early ancestors of the later Persians, among whom arose the second great civilization of post-Atlantean evolution. The peoples of this second era had a different mission from that of the Indians. Their longings and inclinations were not fixed on the supersensible world alone. They were also directed toward the physical sense world, and the earth became dear to them. They valued what man is able to acquire on it, and what he is able to win by means of its forces. Their achievements as a warlike people, and the methods which they discovered of acquiring the earth's treasures, are connected with this peculiarity of their nature. There was no danger of their turning their backs upon the illusion of the physical senses in their yearning after the supersensible, but rather of their entirely severing the connection of their souls with the supersensible world through their appreciation for the physical world. The oracle sanctuaries, which had been transferred hither from the ancient Atlantean territory, also reflected, in their own way, the general character of the people. In them, forces were present which it had formerly been possible to acquire through experiences in the supersensible world, and which could still be controlled in certain lower forms. These forces were used in the sanctuaries to direct the phenomena of nature in such a way as to make them subservient to man's personal interests. This ancient people still had a great mastery over those forces of nature, which subsequently withdrew from the influence of the human will. The guardians of the oracles mastered certain inner forces connected with fire and other elements. They can be called magicians. What supersensible knowledge and force they had retained as a heritage from ancient times, was certainly slight in comparison with man's powers in the remote past. But it nevertheless took all kinds of forms, from the noble arts, the only object of which was the welfare of humanity, down to the most reprehensible transactions. The Luciferian influence held sway over these people in a peculiar manner. It had brought them into connection with everything which diverts mankind from the purposes of those exalted beings who alone would have guided human evolution had not the Luciferian influence interposed. Even those members of this race who were still gifted with some remnant of the old clairvoyant condition, described above as a state intermediate between sleeping and waking, felt themselves powerfully attracted by the lower beings of the spiritual world. In order to counteract these characteristic qualities, it was necessary that a spiritual impulse should be given to this people. A leadership was established among them by the guardian of the mysteries of the Sun Oracle, from the same source from which the spiritual life of ancient India proceeded. The leader of ancient Persian civilization, who was sent by the guardian of the Sun Oracle to the people now under consideration, may be designated by the same name as the historical Zarathustra or Zoroaster. Only the fact must be emphasized that the personality indicated belongs to a much earlier period than the historical possessor of the name. In this connection, it is not a question of outer historical research, but of spiritual knowledge. And anyone who instinctively thinks of a later time in connection with the bearer of the name Zarathustra may reconcile this idea with occult science on learning that the historical character represents himself as a successor of the first great Zarathustra, whose name he took and in the spirit of whose teaching he worked. The impulse which Zarathustra had to give to his people was to show them that the physical world of sense is not merely the lifeless material, devoid of spirit, which it appears to man who gives himself up exclusively to the influence of the Luciferian being. To this being, man owes his personal independence and sense of freedom, but it should work within him in harmony with the opposite spiritual being. With the prehistoric Persians, it was a question of keeping alive the sense of this last-named spiritual being. Through their inclination toward the physical sense world, they ran the risk of complete amalgamation with the Luciferian beings. Now Zarathustra, through the guardian of the Sun Oracle, had received an initiation that enabled him to receive the revelations of the great sun spirits. In particular states of consciousness, brought about by his training, he was able to see the regent of the sun spirits, who, as described above, had taken under his protection the human etheric body. Zarathustra knew that this spirit directs the course of human evolution, but that he must first, at a certain time, descend to earth out of cosmic space. For this purpose, it was necessary that he should be able to live in a human astral body, just as in man. He had worked in the etheric body since the entrance of the Luciferic nature. It was therefore necessary that a man should appear who had retransformed the astral body to the same level that it would have reached in the middle of the Atlantean evolution had there been no Luciferian influence. Had Lucifer not appeared, mankind would certainly have attained this level before, but without personal independence or the possibility of freedom. Now, however, in spite of those qualities, he should again arise to this height. Zarathustra, endowed with prophetic vision, could see that in the future it would be possible, within human evolution, for a personality to exist who would have a suitable astral body for that purpose. But he also knew that the great sun spirit could not appear on earth before that time, though he could be perceived by a seer in the spiritual part of the sun. When, as a seer, he turned his attention to the sun, Zarathustra was able to see this spirit, whom he proclaimed to his people. He announced that the sun spirit was at first to be found only in the spiritual world, but that later he would descend to earth. This was the great sun spirit, or spirit of light, the aura of the sun, Ahura Mazdao, or Ormuzd. He was revealed to Zarathustra and his followers as the spirit who, for the time being, was turning the light of his countenance on man from the spiritual world, and that it was he who might be expected to appear in a human body amongst men in the future. It was the Christ, before his appearance on earth, whom Zarathustra proclaimed as the spirit of light. On the other hand, he represented Ahriman, Angra Mainju, as a power working injuriously on the life of the human soul when it engrosses that soul completely. This power is none other than the one previously described, which had acquired special dominion over the earth since the betrayal of the Vulcan mysteries. Together with the message concerning the light god, Zarathustra proclaimed teachings about those spiritual beings who were revealed to the seer's purified perception as associates of the spirit of light. These were in strong contrast to the tempters who appeared to that unpurified clairvoyance which was left over from the Atlantean period. It had to be made clear to the ancient Persians that in man's soul, so far as it is engaged in work and endeavor in the physical sense world, a conflict is going on between the power of the light god and his adversary. It had also to be shown them how man must act so as not to be engulfed by Ahriman, and how to turn his influence to good through the power of the light god. The third era of post-Atlantean civilization began among the peoples who finally gathered together in Western Asia and Northern Africa after the migrations. This civilization was developed among the Chaldeans, Babylonians, and Assyrians on the one hand, and among the Egyptians on the other. In these peoples, the taste for the physical world of sense developed in a different form from that which it had taken among the Persians. The former had acquired the quality of mind lying at the root of the faculty of thought which has arisen since Atlantean times, that is, the gift of reason. Indeed, it was the mission of post-Atlantean humanity to develop within itself those faculties of the soul which it was possible to acquire through the newly awakened powers of thought and feeling. These powers cannot be directly stimulated from the spiritual world, but result from man's observing the sense world, becoming familiar with it, and working upon it. The conquest of the physical world of sense by these human faculties must be regarded as the mission of post-Atlantean humanity. Step by step, that conquest proceeded. It is true that even in ancient India, man, through the condition of his soul, was already turned toward that world. But he still looked upon it as illusion, and his spirit turned to the supersensible world. In the Persian race, on the contrary, there sprang up the endeavor to conquer the physical world of sense, but the attempt was still largely made with those powers of the soul which had been left over as an inheritance from the time when man could still reach the spiritual world directly. Among the peoples of the third epoch of civilization, the soul had for the most part lost the supersensible faculties. It was obliged to seek manifestations of the spiritual in the surrounding world of sense, and to continue its development by discovering the means of civilization existing in that world. Men sought to investigate, through the physical world, the spiritual laws underlying it, and in this way human sciences arose. Human technical skill, artistic work, and their tools and means came about through the recognition and use of the forces of the physical world. To a man of the Chaldaic Babylonian race, the sense world was no longer an illusion but a manifestation in its different kingdoms, in mountains and seas, in air and water, of the spiritual activity of powers existing behind it, whose laws man was striving to learn. To the Egyptian, the earth was a field of work, given to him in a condition which he must, by his own powers of intelligence, so transform that it should bear the impress of human power. From Atlantis, oracle sanctuaries, originating chiefly from the Mercury oracle, had been transplanted to Egypt. Yet there were others as well, for example, Venus oracles. In that which was fostered in their oracle sanctuaries among the Egyptian peoples, the germ of a new culture was planted. This germ proceeded from a great leader who had received his training in the Persian Zarathustra mysteries, who was the reincarnated individuality of a disciple of the great Zarathustra himself. Let us call him Hermes. Through acceptance of the Zarathustra mysteries, he was able to find the right way to guide the Egyptian people. This people had so turned its attention to the physical sense world during earthly life between birth and death that it was able only to a limited extent to directly behold the spiritual world behind the physical phenomena, although it recognized the spiritual laws of the world. Thus, it could not think of the spiritual world as the one in which it could live while on earth, but on the other hand, it could be shown how man will live in the disembodied state after death in the world of those spirits who, during earthly life, appear through their impressions upon the sense world. Hermes taught that man qualifies himself for union with spiritual forces after death, in proportion as he uses his powers on earth for furthering the purposes of those spiritual forces. Those especially who had worked most zealously in this way between birth and death would be united with the lofty sun god Osiris. On the Chaldaic Babylonian side of this stream of civilization, the direction of the human mind toward the physical sense world was more conspicuous than on the Egyptian side. The laws of that world were being investigated, and from its reflection in the sense world, these people looked up to the corresponding spiritual prototypes. Yet, in many respects, the nation remained wedded to physical things. Instead of the star spirit, the star was put first, and instead of other spiritual beings, their earthly counterparts were made prominent. Only the leaders attained to really deep knowledge concerning the laws of the supersensible world and its connection with the physical. The contrast between the knowledge of the initiates and the perverted beliefs of the people became more apparent in these nations than anywhere else. Very different conditions existed in those parts of southern Europe and western Asia where the fourth epoch of post-Atlantean civilization was unfolded. In occult science, it is called the Greco-Roman period. Descendants of people inhabiting widely distant parts of the older world had met together in these countries. Here were oracle sanctuaries which conformed to the various Atlantean oracles. Here were people with the heritage of ancient clairvoyance as a natural gift, and others who were able to acquire it with comparative ease by training. The traditions of the ancient initiates were not only preserved in special places, but worthy successors to them arose, who attracted disciples capable of rising to lofty levels of spiritual vision. Moreover, these races had within them the impulse to create a domain within the sense world which expresses the spiritual in perfect form through the physical. Greek art is, among other things, a result of this impulse. It is only necessary to gaze with the eye of the spirit upon a Greek temple in order to see that in this marvel of art, material substance is so worked upon by man that it appears in every detail as the expression of spirit. The Greek temple is the house of the spirit. One sees in its form what otherwise only the spiritual eye of the seer perceives. The temple of Zeus, or Jupiter, is so constructed as to present to the physical eye a fitting shrine for what the guardian of the Zeus or Jupiter initiation saw with spiritual vision. And it is the same with all Greek art. The wisdom of the initiates flowed in mysterious ways into poets, artists, and thinkers. The mysteries of the initiates are found again in the form of conceptions and ideas in the systems of thought by which ancient Greek philosophers interpreted the universe. The influences of the spiritual life, the mysteries of the Asiatic and African sanctuaries of initiation, flowed into these nations and to their leaders. The great Indian teachers, the associates of Zarathustra, and the followers of Hermes had attracted disciples. These, or their successors, thereupon founded sanctuaries for initiation, in which the ancient wisdom was revived in a new form. These were the mysteries of antiquity. Here, disciples were prepared to be brought into the condition of consciousness through which they might attain vision of the spiritual world. From these sanctuaries of initiation, the mysteries flowed forth to those who cultivated spiritual mysteries in Asia Minor, Greece, and Italy. Important centers of initiation were formed in the Greek world in the Orphic and Eleusinian mysteries. In the Pythagorean school of wisdom lingered the effects of the great wisdom teachings and methods of past ages. On his distant travels, Pythagoras had been initiated into the secrets of the most varied kinds of mysteries. But human life between birth and death in the post-Atlantean period had also an influence on the disembodied state after death. The more man's interests were fixed on the physical sense world, the greater was the possibility of Ahriman gaining a hold upon the soul during earthly life and retaining his power of it after death. This danger was least among the peoples of ancient India, for during earthly life they had felt the physical sense world to be an illusion, and thus had eluded the power of Ahriman after death. The danger for the primitive Persian peoples, who between birth and death had fixed their attention with great interest upon the physical sense world, was much greater. They would have largely fallen a prey to Ahriman's wiles had not Zarathustra pointed out, emphatically through his teaching concerning the light of God, that behind the physical sense world there exists the world of the spirits of light. In proportion to the ability of the people of this civilization to receive something into their souls out of the world of thought thus created, they were able to escape Ahriman's clutches during earthly life, and thereby elude him in the life after death, during which they were to be prepared for a new earth life. The power of Ahriman in earthly life tends to make the physical sense existence appear to be the only one, and thus to bar the way to any vista of a spiritual world. His power in the spiritual world leads man to complete isolation and to the concentration of all his interest upon himself. Those who, at the time of death, are in Ahriman's power are born again as egoists. It is now possible for occult science to describe life between death and a new birth as it is, provided the Ahrimanic influence has, to a certain degree, been overcome. It is in this sense that it has been described by the author in the first chapter of this book, as well as in other writings. And it must be described in this way if that which can be experienced by man during this form of existence is to be visualized, and if he has attained to purely spiritual perception for that which really exists. The degree to which the individual experiences this depends upon the extent to which he has overcome the Ahrimanic influence. Man is approaching nearer and nearer to what it is possible for him to become in the spiritual world. How this progress is thwarted by other influences must, however, be clearly brought out in our consideration of the course of human evolution. During the Egyptian period, Hermes taught the people to prepare themselves during earth life for communion with the spirit of light. But because at that time human interests between birth and death were already so constituted that it was only possible to a slight degree to see through the veil of the physical sense world, therefore the spiritual vision of the soul after death was also clouded, and the perception of the world of light remained dim. The obscuration of the spiritual world after death reached a climax in the souls who passed into the disembodied state out of a body belonging to the Greco-Roman civilization. During their earthly life, they had brought to perfection the cultivation of physical sense existence, and had thus condemned themselves to a shadowy existence after death. Hence, the Greek felt life after death to be a shadowy existence, and it is not mere rhetoric, but the realization of truth when the hero of that time, who is given up to the life of the senses, says, "Better a beggar on earth than a king in the realm of shades." All this was still more marked in those Asiatic peoples who had fixed their attention with veneration and worship on material images instead of on their spiritual archetypes. A large proportion of mankind was in this condition at the time of the Greco-Roman era of civilization. It can be seen how man's mission in post-Atlantean times, which consisted in the conquest of the physical sense world, must necessarily lead to estrangement from the spiritual world. Thus, greatness in one respect necessarily involves deterioration in another. Man's connection with the spiritual world was kept alive in the mysteries. Through these, the initiates, in special states of the soul, were able to receive revelations from that world. They were more or less the successors of the guardians of the Atlantean oracles. To them was revealed what had been hidden through the influence of Lucifer and Ahriman. Lucifer concealed from man what had flowed from the spiritual world into the human astral body, without his cooperation, up to the middle of the Atlantean period. Had the etheric body not been partially separated from the physical body, man would have been able to experience within himself this part of the spiritual world as an inner revelation to his soul. As a result of Lucifer's encroachment, this could be done only in special states of the soul. At those times, a spiritual world appeared to man in the guise of the astral. The corresponding spiritual beings manifested themselves in forms which embodied only the higher principles of the human being, and in those principles the symbols of their particular spiritual forces were astrally visible. Superhuman forms were manifested in this way. After the encroachment of Ahriman, still another kind of initiation was added to this one. Ahriman concealed from man everything out of the spiritual world which would have appeared behind physical sense perception had he not interfered in human affairs from the middle of the Atlantean period onward. The initiates of the mysteries owed the revelation of what he had thus kept hidden to the fact that they had developed within their souls all those faculties which man had attained since that time, beyond the degree necessary for physical sense impressions. Thus, there were revealed to them the spiritual powers lying behind the forces of nature. They could speak of the spiritual beings behind nature. The creative might of those forces acting in nature below man was revealed to them. That which had been active since Saturn, Sun, and the old moon, and had shaped man's physical, etheric, and astral body, as well as the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, formed the contents of a certain kind of mystery secrets, namely those over which Ahriman held his hand. That which had formed the sentient, rational, and consciousness souls, and which had been concealed from man by Lucifer, was revealed in a second kind of mystery secrets. But what the mysteries could only prophesy was that in time a man would appear possessing an astral body which, despite Lucifer, could become conscious of the light world of the sun spirit through the etheric body, apart from any special condition of the soul. And the physical body of that human being must be of such a nature that everything in the spiritual world would be revealed to him, which Ahriman is able to conceal from man up to the time of physical death. Physical death could bring no change into the life of such a being, that is to say, could have no power over it. The ego so manifests in such a human being that the entire spiritual life is at the same time contained in his physical life. Such a being is a vehicle of the spirit of light, to whom the initiate ascends from two directions, being led, under special conditions of the soul, either to the superhuman spirit or to the being of the forces of nature. When the initiates of the mysteries foretold the appearance in the course of time of such a human being, they were prophets of the Christ. A personality arose as the special prophet of this coming manifestation within a nation which possessed through natural inheritance the qualities of the peoples of Western Asia, and through education the learning of the Egyptians, the Hebrew nation. This prophet was Moses. The influences of initiation had entered so deeply into his soul that in certain states of consciousness, the being who had undertaken in the regular course of the earth evolution to shape human consciousness from the moon was revealed to him. In thunder and lightning, Moses realized not merely physical phenomena, but manifestations of this spirit. At the same time, the other kind of mysteries had influenced his soul, so that he was able to distinguish in astral vision how the superhuman becomes human by means of the ego. Thus, from two directions, he who was to come was revealed to Moses as the highest form of the ego. And in Christ, the lofty sun spirit appeared in human form as the great ideal for human life on earth. At his coming, all mystery wisdom had in some respects to take a new form. Up to that time, this wisdom had existed exclusively for the purpose of enabling man to put himself into such a condition of soul in which he would be able to view the kingdom of the sun spirit as something outside of earthly evolution. Henceforth, it was the mission of mystery wisdom to make man capable of recognizing in the incarnated Christ the primordial being. From this primordial being, man was enabled to understand the natural and spiritual worlds. At the point in his life at which the astral body of Christ Jesus contained everything which it is possible for the Luciferian influence to conceal, he came forward as the teacher of humanity. From that moment, the faculty was implanted in human earthly evolution for assimilating that wisdom whereby the physical goal of the earth may gradually be reached. At the moment when the event of Golgotha was accomplished, human nature was endowed with another faculty, that by which Ahriman's influence may be turned into good. Henceforth, man was able to take with him through the gate of death that which saves him from isolation in the spiritual world. What happened in Palestine was the central point, not only of human physical evolution, but also of the other worlds to which man belongs. And when the mystery of Golgotha had been accomplished, when the death on the cross had been suffered, Christ appeared in that world where souls sojourn after death, and set limits to the power of Ahriman. From that moment, the region which the Greeks had called the realm of shades was illuminated by that flash of the Spirit indicating to its dwellers that light was to return. What had been gained for the physical world by the mystery of Golgotha cast light also into the spiritual world. Up to this event, post-Atlantean human evolution had been a time of ascent in the physical sense world, but of descent as far as the spiritual world was concerned. Everything which flowed into the sense world proceeded from what had been in the spiritual world from remote ages. Since the coming of Christ, those who attain to the mystery of Christ are able to take with them into the spiritual world what they have won in the physical. And from the spiritual world it then flows back again into the earthly sense world, since reincarnated souls, on re-entering earth life, bring with them what the Christ impulse between death and a new birth has bestowed. What flowed into human evolution with the appearance of the Christ acted in it like a seed. Only slowly can this seed mature. Only the smallest part of these profound new wisdom teachings, up to the present time, has reached down into physical existence. Christian evolution has just barely begun. During the successive periods of time following the appearance of the Christ, this Christian evolution was able to reveal only so much of its inner essential nature as the humanity, the peoples of that time, were capable of receiving. Only as much as they could grasp with their faculties of comprehension. The first form into which this essence of Christianity could be poured may be described as a comprehensive ideal of life. As such, it was opposed to those forms of life which had been developed in post-Atlantean humanity. The conditions operating in human evolution since the repopulation of the Earth in the Lemurian period have been described above. Accordingly, humanity can be traced back to different beings who, coming from other worlds, incarnated in the bodily descendants of the ancient Lemurians. The various races of man are a consequence of this, and the most diverse vital interests appeared in these reincarnated souls as a result of their karma. As long as all this was being worked out, there could be no ideal of universal humanity. Human nature originated in unity, but earthly evolution up to the present time has led to division. In the figure of the Christ, we see an ideal which opposes all division, for in the man who bears the name of Christ, there lives the lofty sun being from whom every human ego is descended. The Hebrew nation still felt itself to be a nation, and each individual a member of that nation. When once the idea was grasped that in Christ Jesus there lives the ideal man who stands above all that tends to divide humanity, Christianity became the ideal of an all-embracing brotherhood. Above all individual interests and relations, the feeling arose in some that the innermost ego of all human beings is of the same origin. In addition to all the earthly forefathers, the great common father of all humanity appears. I and the Father are one. In the 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries after Christ, the era in which we are still living was being prepared in Europe. It was gradually to replace the 4th or Greco-Roman civilization. It is the 5th post-Atlantean period. The races which, after many wanderings and varied fortunes, became the vehicles of this new civilization were descendants of those Atlanteans who had remained less affected than others by what had been going on meanwhile during the 4 preceding periods of civilization. They had not penetrated into the countries in which those respective civilizations took root. On the contrary, they had, in their way, handed on Atlantean forms of civilization. There were many among them who had retained in a high degree the inheritance of the ancient dim clairvoyance, the state described above as intermediate between sleeping and waking. Such people knew the spiritual world from their own experience and could reveal to their fellow men what takes place there. Thus, there sprang up a great number of narratives of spiritual beings and events, and the national treasures of legends and sagas had their origin in spiritual experiences of this kind. For the dim clairvoyance lasted on, in many people, into times not far removed from the present. There were other people who, although they had lost clairvoyance, nevertheless developed the faculties they acquired for use in the physical sense world in accordance with feelings and emotions which corresponded to clairvoyant experiences. And even the Atlantean oracles had their successors in the new civilization. There were everywhere mysteries, but in them that mystery of initiation was most cultivated, which leads to the unveiling of that part of the spirit world which Ahriman keeps hidden. The spiritual powers existing behind the forces of nature were here revealed. In the mythologies of European nations are contained the remnants of what the initiates of these mysteries were able to disclose to men. It is true that these mythologies also contain the other kind of mystery, although in a more imperfect form than that possessed by the southern and eastern mysteries. Superhuman beings were also known in Europe, but they were seen to be in perpetual conflict with the associates of Lucifer. And the light god, too, was proclaimed, but in such a form that it was doubtful whether he would overcome Lucifer. On the other hand, these mysteries were illuminated by the figure of the coming Christ. It was announced of him that his kingdom would replace that of the other light god. From such influences as these, there came about a cleavage in the soul of the people of the fifth epoch of civilization which still continues and is manifest in most diverse phenomena. The soul had not retained, from ancient times, a sufficiently strong attraction for spiritual things to enable it to hold fast the connection between the worlds of spirit and sense. The attraction existed only as a training of feeling and emotion, not as direct vision of the spiritual world. On the other hand, man's attention was more and more directed toward the world of the senses and its conquest. And the intellectual powers which had been awakened in the latter part of the Atlantean period, all those human powers of which the physical brain is the instrument, were concentrated upon the sense world and upon gaining knowledge of and mastery over it. Two worlds, so to speak, were developed within man. The one directed toward the life of physical sense, the other susceptible to the revelation of the spirit in such a way as to permeate with feeling and emotion, even though lacking clairvoyant vision. The tendency to this cleavage of soul already existed when the teaching concerning the Christ was introduced into Europe. This message from the spiritual world was received into men's hearts and permeated feeling and emotion. But it was not possible to bridge the gulf between this state of devotion and what human intelligence, concentrated on the sense world, was learning in the sphere of physical existence. What is now known as the contradiction between external science and spiritual knowledge is simply a consequence of this fact. The Christian mysticism of Eckhart, Tauler, and others is the result of Christianity becoming permeated with feeling and emotion. Science, occupied as it is exclusively with the world of sense and its results in life, is the consequence of the other tendency of the soul, and all achievements in the sphere of outer material civilization are entirely due to this divergence of tendencies. Since those human faculties, of which the brain is the instrument, were concentrated exclusively on physical life, they were able to reach that pitch of perfection which makes contemporary science, technical skill, and other forms of mental activity possible. Such a material civilization could originate only among the nations of Europe, for they are those descendants of Atlantean ancestors who converted their natural inclination toward the physical sense world into faculties only when it had reached a certain degree of maturity. Previously, they had allowed it to lie dormant, and had lived on what remained in them of the Atlantean clairvoyance and on the communications of their initiates. While mental culture was outwardly almost entirely given up to these influences, in them ripened slowly the desire for the material conquest of the world. Now, however, the dawn of the sixth post-Atlantean era of civilization is already at hand. What is to arise at a certain time in human evolution has ripened slowly in the preceding age. The first beginnings of that which can even now be developed is to be discovered in the thread which binds together the two tendencies of the human breast, material civilization and life in the spiritual world. To this end, it is necessary, on the one hand, that the results of spiritual vision should be understood, and on the other, that in the observations and experiences of the sense world, the revelations of the Spirit be recognized. The sixth civilization epoch will bring to full development the harmony between the two. Herewith, the studies in this book have reached a point where we may turn from the perspectives of the past to those of the future. But it will be better to precede the latter by a study of the knowledge of higher worlds and of initiation. Then, after this study and in connection with it, we shall be able to indicate in brief the outlook for the future, insofar as that can be done within the framework of this book. We now continue with Chapter 5, Knowledge of the Higher Worlds. At the present stage of evolution, there are three possible conditions of soul in which man ordinarily lives his life between birth and death: waking, sleeping, and, between the two, dreaming. The last mentioned will be briefly dealt with in a later part of this book. For the moment, we shall continue life simply as it alternates between its two main conditions, waking and sleeping. Before he can know for himself in higher worlds, man has to add to these two a third condition of soul. During waking life, the soul is given up to the impressions of the senses and to the thoughts and pictures that these evoke in it. During sleep, the senses cease to make any impression, and the soul loses consciousness. The whole of the day's experience sinks down into the sea of unconsciousness. Let us now consider how it would be if man were able to become conscious during sleep, notwithstanding that all impressions of the senses were completely obliterated, as they are in deep sleep. Now, would any memory remain to him of what had happened while he was awake? Would his soul find itself in a state of vacuity? Would it be incapable of having any experiences? This is a question that can only be answered if conditions like or similar to those under discussion can actually be brought about. If the soul is capable of experiencing anything, even when sense activities and recollection of such activities are lacking, then that soul would, so far as the external world is concerned, be asleep. And yet, the soul would not be sleeping, but awake to a world of reality. Now, such a condition of consciousness can be attained if man makes these psychic experiences possible, toward which occult science guides him. And everything that occult science tells us about those worlds beyond the sensible has been found through such a condition of consciousness. In the foregoing parts of this book, certain communications have been made concerning the higher worlds. And in the following pages, as far as is possible in a book of this kind, methods will be discussed whereby the state of consciousness requisite for such investigations may be acquired. This state of consciousness resembles that of sleep in only one respect, namely, that through it all outward sense activity ceases, and also all thoughts that might be aroused by the action of the senses are obliterated. But although the soul has no power to experience anything consciously in sleep, yet it receives this power through this very state of consciousness. And through it, a capacity for experiencing is awakened in the soul, which in everyday life can be awakened only through sense impressions. The awakening of the soul to this higher state of consciousness is called initiation. The methods of initiation lead man away from the state of ordinary day consciousness into such a soul activity as enables him to use his spiritual organs of perception. Like germs, these organs lie dormant in the soul and must be developed. Now, it may be that a person, at some particular moment of his earthly life, makes the discovery that these higher organs have developed within his soul without previous preparation. It is a kind of involuntary self-awakening. Such a person will become conscious of a change affecting his entire being. His soul's experiences will have been enriched beyond measure, and he will find that no experiences of the sense world can bring him such spiritual happiness, such soul satisfaction, and inner warmth as that which now opens up to him, which no physical eye can see and no hand can touch. From the spiritual world, strength and a sense of security in all situations in life will flow into his will. There are instances of such self-initiation, but they should not give rise to the idea that the only right course is to wait for the coming of such self-initiation, and to do nothing toward bringing about initiation through regular training. We need not here give further space to the subject of self-initiation, since it may take place without regard to rules of any kind whatsoever. What we have to consider is how, by training, one may develop those organs of perception lying dormant in the soul. Those who do not feel themselves especially impelled toward doing something for their own development may easily say that man stands under the guidance of spiritual powers, that such guidance should therefore not be interfered with, and that the moment deemed by those powers to be the right one for revealing another world to the soul should be awaited in patience. Indeed, persons who are of this opinion are inclined to consider it a kind of presumption or unjustifiable desire for anyone to interfere with the wisdom of such spiritual guidance. Those who think in this way will only change their opinion if some other mode of presenting the case makes a sufficiently strong impression upon them. If they were to say to themselves, "This wise guidance has endowed me with certain faculties, and it has done so, not that I should let them lie idle, but rather that I should use them. Indeed, the very wisdom of such guidance lies in the fact of its having placed in me the rudiments of those organs necessary for a higher state of consciousness. I can, therefore, rightly comprehend this guidance only when I regard it as my duty to do everything in my power that may serve to bring such rudimentary growths to their proper development." Should such thoughts make a sufficiently strong impression on the mind, scruples against training for the attainment of higher consciousness will disappear. There is, it is true, another scruple which may arise in the mind with regard to such schooling. A person may say to himself, "This development of the inner faculties of the soul means an invasion of man's most hidden sanctuary. It involves a certain change of the entire human being. The method for such a change cannot be worked out by any ordinary procedure of thought, for the manner in which the higher worlds are attained can be known only to those to whom the path has become visible by reason of experience. If, therefore, I turn to such a one, I am allowing him to exercise his influence over the innermost sanctuary of my soul." Anyone given to this attitude of mind will hardly find it reassuring if the methods for bringing about a higher state of consciousness are imparted to him in book form. For it is not a question of receiving communications either verbally or from some person who, having the knowledge, has set the same down in a book to which we have access. Now, there are people possessing knowledge of the rules for developing the spiritual organs of perception who are of the opinion that these rules ought not to be entrusted to a book. These people, for the most part, consider the communication of certain truths relating to the spiritual world as forbidden. But this view must be characterized as in a certain sense out of date, in view of the present stage of human evolution. It is true that the communication of the rules referred to can be made only up to a certain point. Yet what is imparted leads so far that one who applies it to his soul life makes such progress in knowledge that he is able to go on by himself. This way then leads onward in a manner of which a true idea can be gained only through what has been previously experienced. From all these facts, scruples may arise concerning the path of spiritual knowledge. These scruples, however, disappear when one clearly understands the essential nature of that course of development which is adapted to our age. Of this latter method of developing we shall speak here, and other methods will be only briefly referred to. The method of training to be here discussed furnishes to him who has the will for a higher development the means for accomplishing the transformation of his soul. Any questionable encroachment on the personality of the student would only then be possible should the teacher proceed to carry out the change by methods of which the pupil was not conscious. But no true teacher of occult science in our day would make use of any such method, by which, indeed, the pupil would be reduced to a blind tool. The teacher gives his pupil instructions as to the rules of conduct he is to pursue, and the pupil carries them out. At the same time, should the case seem to demand it, the teacher does not withhold the reasons justifying these rules of conduct. The acceptance of the rules and their application by a person seeking spiritual development need not be a matter of blind belief. Such a belief ought to be quite out of the question in this sphere. One who studies the nature of the human soul as far as it can be followed by ordinary self-observation, without occult training, may, after accepting the rules recommended for spiritual training, ask himself, how do these rules act upon the life of the soul? This question may be satisfactorily answered previous to any schooling by an unbiased use of common sense. Before these rules are adopted, true conceptions may be gained as to the way in which they operate. The effect can be experienced only during training, but even then the experience will always be accompanied by an understanding of the experience, if each step that is to be taken is tested by sound judgment. And in this age, any true spiritual science will only suggest such rules for training as can be vindicated by sound judgment. For him who is willing to simply trust himself to such schooling and does not permit prejudice to drive him into blind faith, all scruples will vanish and objections against a regular training for higher states of consciousness will no longer disturb him. Even such people as may have arrived at a state of inward maturity, which sooner or later would lead to the self-awakening of these spiritual organs of perception, even for these, training is by no means superfluous. On the contrary, it is especially adapted to them. For there are but few cases in which personal initiation does not have to travel along tortuous and devious ways, and training spares them the traversing of such bypaths, leading them forward in a straight line. In cases where such self-initiation comes to a soul, the reason is that the required degree of ripeness had already been attained in the course of previous incarnations. It may easily happen that such a soul possesses a certain dim intuition of its ripeness, and by reason of this very feeling may assume an attitude of disinclination toward training. A feeling of this kind may produce a certain degree of pride, which refuses to place confidence in a teacher. Now, it can happen that a certain degree of soul development may remain hidden up to a certain age and only then reveal itself. But such schooling may be just the very means needed to call it forth. Should the person hold aloof from such training, it may happen that the power will remain dormant during that particular life and will only reappear in a later incarnation. The rising to a supersensible state of consciousness can only proceed from ordinary waking day consciousness. It is in this consciousness that the soul lives prior to its ascent, and schooling will furnish the means to lead it out of this consciousness. The first steps which the schooling here under consideration prescribes are such as can still be characterized as actions of the ordinary day consciousness. It is just those quiet acts of the soul which are the most effective steps. This requires that the soul should give itself up to definite perceptions, and these perceptions are such as are able by their very nature to exercise an awakening influence upon certain hidden faculties of the inner nature of man. They thereby differ from those perceptions of waking day life, whose purpose is to portray external objects. The more faithfully they present these things, the truer they are. It is, indeed, in accordance with their nature that they should be true in this sense, but this is not the mission of those perceptions which the soul is to consider when in pursuit of spiritual training. And they are therefore so formed as not to present anything external, having rather within themselves the power to act upon the soul. The best percepts for this purpose are the emblematic or symbolic ones. Yet other percepts may be used, for it does not depend at all on what the percepts contain, but solely on the fact that the soul puts forth all its powers in order not to have anything in the consciousness except the one percept in question. Whereas, in ordinary life, its forces are divided among many things and perceptions change rapidly, the important part in spiritual training is the concentration of the whole inner life upon one single perception. And this perception must be voluntarily brought to the center of one's consciousness. Symbolic perceptions are better than those which reflect outer objects or events, because the latter are related to the outer world, and the soul has to depend less on itself than in the case of symbolic perceptions, formed by its own inner energy. The chief object at which to aim is the intensity of the force to be exercised by the soul. It is not what is before the soul that is essential, but the greatness of the effort and the length of time spent concentrating upon one perception. Strength ascends from unknown depths of the soul, from which it is drawn up by concentration on one perception. Occult science contains many such perceptions, all of which have been proven to possess the power alluded to above. One gains a comprehension of this immersion or sinking down into a percept by calling the memory concept before the soul. Say, for instance, that we allow the eye to rest on a tree, and then turn away from the object so that it is no longer presented to our sight. We shall, nevertheless, be able to retain the image of the tree in the soul. Now this image or perception of the tree which we have when it is no longer in sight is a recollection of the tree. Then assume that this recollection is retained in the soul, and the soul reposes, as it were, in this recollection, taking care to exclude all other perceptions from the memory. The soul then dwells in that memory concept of the tree, and we then have to do with the immersion of the soul into a concept. Yet this concept is the image of an actual thing perceived through the senses. If, however, of our own free will, we take such images into our consciousness, gradually the effect desired will be attained. One example of meditation based upon a symbolical concept will now be placed before the reader. Such a concept must first be built up in the soul, and this may be done in the following manner. Let us think of a plant, calling to mind how it is rooted in the ground, the way in which leaf after leaf shoots forth, until finally the blossom unfolds. And then let us imagine a human being placed beside this plant, and let us call up in our soul the thought that he has qualities and characteristics which, when compared with those of the plant, will be found to be more perfect. We dwell on the fact that this being is able to move here and there, according to his will and his desires, while the plant remains stationary, rooted in the soil. But now let us also consider, yes, man is certainly more perfect than the plant. But on the other hand, I find in him qualities which I cannot perceive in the plant, and through the lack of which the plant appears more perfect than man in certain respects. Man is filled with passions and desires, and these govern his conduct. With him we can speak of sin committed by reason of his impulses and passions, whereas in the plant we see that it follows the pure laws of growth from leaf to leaf, and that the blossom without passion opens to the chaste rays of the sun. So we can see that man possesses a certain perfection beyond the plant, but that on the other hand he has paid for this perfection by admitting into his being inclinations, desires, and passions in addition to the pure forces of the plant. And then we call to mind the green sap flowing through the plant, and think of it as the expression of the pure and passionless laws of growth. And then again, we call to mind the red blood as it courses through the veins of man, and we recognize in it an expression of man's instincts, his passions and desires. Let a vivid picture of all this arise in our souls. We then think of man's faculties of development, how he can purify and cleanse his inclinations and passions through his higher soul faculties. We think how, through this process, something that is low is destroyed in these inclinations and passions, which thereby are borne upon a higher plane. Then we may be able to think of the blood as the expression of these purified and cleansed inclinations and passions. Now we gaze in spirit on the rose and say to ourselves, in the red sap of the rose is the erstwhile green sap of the plant, now changed to crimson, and the red rose follows the same pure, passionless laws of growth as does the green leaf. Thus, the red of the rose may offer us a symbol of a kind of blood which is the expression of cleansed impulses and passions, purged of all lower elements, and resembling in their purity the forces working in the red rose. Let us now try not only to assimilate such thoughts within our reason, but also let them come to life within our feelings. We can experience a blissful sensation when contemplating the purity and passionless nature of the growing plant. We can awaken the feeling within us how certain higher perfections must be paid for through the acquisition of passions and desires. This, then, can change the blissful sensation previously experienced into a serious mood. And then only can it stir within us the feeling of liberating happiness if we abandon ourselves to the thought of the red blood that can become the carrier of inner pure experiences, like the red sap of the rose. The important point is that we should not look coldly and without feeling upon these thoughts which serve to build up such a symbolical concept. After dwelling for a time upon the above-mentioned thoughts and feelings, let us try to transmute them into the following symbolical concept. Let us imagine a black cross. Let this be the symbol for the destroyed lower element of our desires and passions, and there where the beams of the cross intersect, let us imagine 7 red radiating roses arranged in a circle. Let these roses be the symbol for a blood that is the expression of cleansed and purified passions and desires. Now, we must call up this symbolical concept before our soul just as has been described in the case of a memory concept. Such a concept has an awakening power if one abandons oneself to it in inner meditation. One must try during this meditation to exclude all other concepts. Only the described symbol must float before the soul as vividly as possible. It is not without significance that this symbol has been introduced, not merely as an awakening percept, but because it has been constructed out of certain perceptions containing plants and man. For the effect of such a symbol depends upon the fact of its being put together in this definite manner before employing it as an instrument for meditation. Should it be called up without a previous process of construction such as has here been delineated, the picture must remain cold and will be far less effective than if it had, by previous preparation, gathered force with which to give warmth to the soul. During meditation, however, one should not call up in the soul all the preparatory thoughts, but merely allow the lifelike image to float before one's mind, and at the same time permit those feelings which are the result of these preparatory thoughts to vibrate with it. Thus, the soul becomes a sign coexistent with the inner experience. And it is the dwelling of the soul in this experience that is the active principle. The longer one can do this, without admitting disturbing impressions, the more effective will be the whole process. It is well, however, in addition to the time used in meditation itself, to repeat the building up of the image through the feelings, as described above, so that the corresponding sensation may not pale. The greater the patience brought to bear in performing these acts of repetition, the more effective becomes this image for the soul. Such a symbol as has just been described represents no external object or being evolved by nature, but for this very reason it possesses an awakening power for certain inner faculties. It is true, someone may raise the objection. Certainly, the whole as a symbol does not exist in nature, yet all its details are borrowed from nature, the black color, the roses, etc. It can all be observed through the senses. He who is troubled by such objections ought to consider that it is not the images of these sense perceptions that awaken the higher faculties of the soul, but that this result is produced purely by the manner in which these details are combined. And this combination does not then picture something that exists in the sense world. A symbol was chosen as an example to show the process of effective meditation of the soul. Many symbols of this kind are used in occult training and are built up according to varying methods. Certain sentences, formulae, and single words can also be given as subjects for meditations, and in every case the means used will have the same object, namely, to detach the soul from sense impressions and to stimulate it to an activity in which the impressions of the physical senses play no longer any part, and in which the unfoldment of inner latent soul capacities becomes the essential. There are, however, also meditations based exclusively upon feelings, sensations, etc., and these are especially effectual. Let us, for instance, take the feeling of joy. In the normal course of life, the soul experiences pleasure when there exists an outer stimulus to pleasure. If a healthily constituted soul perceives some act performed by a person indicative of the doer's goodness of heart, then the soul will assuredly feel pleasure and joy at such an act. But the soul is able to reflect upon such an act and can say to itself that an act done from sheer kindness of heart is one in which the doer is following the interests of his fellow creatures rather than his own, and such an act may be called ethically good. But the soul can lift itself above the perception of any particular case in the outer world which has given it joy or pleasure, and instead may arrive at a general concept of kindness. It can, for instance, think of kindness coming into existence through one soul making the interests of others his own. And the soul can then experience joy over the ethical idea of kindness. Therefore, the joy is then not over this or that event of the sense world, but it is the joy over the idea as such. If the student now tries for some time to let this joy come to life within his soul, then this is a meditation on a feeling, on a sensation. It is then not the idea which is the active principle in the awakening of the inner soul faculties, but the sustained dwelling upon that feeling within the soul which has not been caused by merely a single external impression. Occult science being in a position to penetrate far deeper into the being of things than can be done by ordinary perception, the teacher will be able to indicate to the pupil feelings and sentiments which are still more powerful as awakening agents for the unfolding of the soul's faculties when used as subjects of meditation. Yet, necessary as this will be for the higher degrees of training, it should be remembered that energetic meditating upon subjects, such as kindness of heart, may carry the student very far on his way. Since the natures of human beings differ, special methods of training are effective for particular individuals. As to the duration of time to be devoted to meditation, we may remind the student that the greater the length of time during which he can meditate uninterruptedly, the stronger will be the effect. But every excess in these matters should be avoided. There is, however, a certain inner discretion resulting from these exercises themselves, which teaches the pupil to keep within due bounds in this regard. Those who pursue their studies in occult science under the personal guidance of a teacher will receive from him precise instructions and advice in these particulars. Nevertheless, it must be emphatically understood that only experienced occultists are in a position to impart such advice. Such exercises in meditation will generally require practice for some time before the student can become aware of any result. What is essential to occult science is patience and perseverance. He who is unable to awaken these two qualities within himself, and who cannot continually practice his exercises in quietude, so that patience and perseverance are always the predominant note in his soul life, cannot attain very great progress. From what has been said above, the reader will have gathered that meditation is a means of acquiring knowledge of the higher worlds, but he will also see that not just any percept whatsoever, taken at random, is productive of this result, but only those of the kind before mentioned. The path here indicated leads in the first place to what is called imaginative knowledge, and this is the first step toward the higher knowledge. Knowledge, dependent upon sense perceptions and upon the working up of such perceptions by reason, which is sense-bound, is, to use the occult term, known as objective cognition. Beyond this are higher degrees of knowledge, the imaginative stage being, as we have said, the first. Now, the term imaginative can cause confusion in the minds of some, to whom imagination stands only for imaginings, that is, concepts that lack reality. In occult science, however, imaginative cognition must be understood to be that kind of cognition which results from a supersensible state of consciousness of the soul. The things perceived in this state of consciousness are spiritual facts and spiritual beings to which the senses have no access, and, since this condition of the soul is caused by meditating upon symbols or imaginations, the sphere to which this condition of higher consciousness belongs may be termed the imaginative world, and the knowledge relating to it, imaginative knowledge. Imaginative stands, therefore, in this sense, for that which is actual in a higher sense than are the facts and beings of physical sense perception. A very natural objection to the use of the symbolic pictures here characterized is that they arise from a dreamy thinking and an arbitrary imagination, and might therefore have doubtful consequences. But any such doubts are unjustified in regard to the symbols given by true occult schools. For these symbols are chosen in such a way that they can be looked at quite apart from their connection with outer sense reality, and their value is to be found exclusively in the power with which they work upon the soul when it turns its attention wholly away from the outer world, when it suppresses all sense impressions and shuts out every thought to which it might be stimulated from without. The process of meditations is best demonstrated by comparison with sleep. In one respect, it is like the state of sleep. In another, the exact opposite of it. It is a sleep which, when compared to the day consciousness, represents a higher state of being. The point is that by concentration on the given conception or image, the soul is obliged to call up much stronger forces out of its own depths than it uses in ordinary life or knowledge. Its inner activity is thereby enhanced. It becomes detached from the body, as it does in sleep. But instead of passing, as in the latter case, into unconsciousness, it experiences a world it did not know before. Although as regards detachment from the body, this condition may be compared with sleep, yet it is such that, compared with ordinary waking consciousness, it may be characterized as a more intense waking state. By this means, the soul learns to know itself in its true, inner, independent being. But in ordinary life, owing to the weaker development of its forces, it is only with the help of the body that the soul arrives at self-consciousness. Therefore, it does not experience itself, but merely sees itself in that image which, like a kind of reflection, is traced by the physical body, or, properly speaking, by its processes. These symbols, built up in the manner above described, are not as yet related to anything real in the spiritual world, but they serve to detach the human soul from sense observations and from that instrument, the brain, to which the reason is at first fettered. This detachment is not effected until man is able to feel. I am now perceiving something by means of powers for which neither my senses nor my brain serve as the instruments. And the first thing man thus experiences is a liberation from the organs of sense. He is then able to say to himself, "My consciousness does not vanish when I cease to take cognizance of sense perceptions and ordinary reasoned thought. I can lift myself out of those conditions and then feel myself as a being alongside of that which I was before." And this is the first purely spiritual experience, the perception of a psycho-spiritual ego being. This has arisen as a new self out of that self which is linked to the physical senses and physical reason only. Had this detachment from the world of the senses and from the reason been effected without meditation, the person would have lapsed into the nothingness of the unconscious state. This psycho-spiritual being was our possession prior to meditation also, but it then lacked the organs for perception of the spirit world. And it might, indeed, have been compared to the physical body without the eye to see, the ear to hear. The strength thus employed in meditation has, in fact, been the creative means by which these psycho-spiritual organs have been formed out of a previously unorganized psycho-spiritual being. But this which man thus creates for himself is also the first thing to be perceived by him. The first experience is therefore, in a certain sense, a kind of self-perception. It belongs to the nature of spiritual training that the soul, through the self-training which it gives itself at this point of its development, becomes fully conscious that the first thing it perceives in the world of imaginative forms, which appear as a result of the exercises described, is itself. It is true that these images make their appearance as a new world, but the soul must recognize that they are, however, at first nothing but the reflection of its own being, which has been strengthened by exercises. And it must not only recognize this by correct reasoning, but must have arrived at such a cultivation of the will that it is able at any time to put away and obliterate the images from the consciousness. The soul must be able to act with complete independence within these images. This is part of true spiritual training at this stage. If it could not do this, it would be in the same position in the sphere of spiritual experiences as a soul in the physical world which, on looking at an object, has its attention so arrested by it that it cannot look away. An exception to this possibility of obliteration is formed by a group of inner imaginative experiences which should not be extinguished at this stage of spiritual training. They correspond to the inmost kernel of the soul's being, and the occult student recognizes in those images that which forms the very essence of his being, which passes through the various repeated earth lives. At this point, the knowledge of repeated earth lives becomes an actual experience. In relation to everything else, the before-mentioned independence of experience must prevail. And only after acquiring the faculty of obliterating experiences is the spiritual outer world really approached. What is obliterated returns in another form and is experienced as a spiritual outer reality. One feels that out of something indefinite, one grows psychically into something definite. From this self-perception, one must then proceed to the observation of a psycho-spiritual outer world. This comes to pass when we can order our inner experience after the manner to be indicated in the following pages. At first, the soul of the occult student is feeble in all that appertains to a perception of the psycho-spiritual world, and he will therefore need all the inner energy he can summon in order, while meditating, to hold firm the symbols or other concepts which he has built up from the impulses of the sense world. Should he, however, desire to attain to an actual observation of the higher world, he will not alone have to maintain his hold on these, he must also, after having done this, be able to remain in a condition in which not only no influences of the outer sense world can affect the soul, but in which also the images above characterized shall have been effaced from his consciousness. Only now can that which has been previously formed by means of meditation enter the plane of his consciousness. The important point is that there should be at this stage sufficient soul force to spiritually perceive that which has thus been formed through meditation, so that it may not elude the observer's attention, as is always the case if this inner energy is still insufficiently developed. That which is here evolved as a psycho-spiritual organism, and which should be comprehended through self-perception, is delicate and subtle. The disturbing influences of the outer sense world, however one may try to exclude them, are nevertheless great. It is not merely a question of those disturbances to which we are able to pay heed, but far more of those which in ordinary life are ever eluding our notice. But it is just through the very nature of man that a transitory condition in this respect becomes possible. What the soul, in its waking state, was powerless to effect, owing to the disturbances of the physical world, it is capable of achieving during sleep. One who gives himself up to serious meditation will, with the proper attention, become aware of a certain change in his sleep. He will feel that while sleeping, he is yet not quite asleep, but that his soul has times when, although asleep, still it is, in a certain way, active. During these conditions, nature wards off the influences of the outer world which the waking soul is not yet able to keep away of its own strength. When, however, the meditation exercises have taken effect, the soul, during sleep, detaches itself from unconsciousness and becomes aware of the psycho-spiritual world. This can happen in two ways. The person may, while asleep, become aware that it is in another world, or he may, after awakening, remember that he has been in another world. But the former of these two feelings requires the greater degree of inner energy, for which reason the second is the more common among beginners in occult training. But it may gradually come to pass that the student will become aware of having been during the entire time of sleep in this other world, only emerging therefrom when he awakes. And his memory of beings and facts connected with this other world will become ever more and more distinct, thus showing that in one form or another he has now entered upon what one may call continuity of consciousness. The continuation of consciousness during sleep. Still, for this to be so, it is not necessary that man's consciousness should always continue during sleep. Much will already have been attained in the matter of the continuity of consciousness should the person, whose sleep is general like that of the ordinary individual, have certain periods during his sleeping hours when he is aware of being in the psycho-spiritual world. Or if, on awakening, he is able to remember such a condition of consciousness. It should, however, be borne in mind that what is here described is to be understood only as a transition state. It is well to pass through this state as a part of training, yet it should not be imagined that any conclusive views concerning the psycho-spiritual world may be gained from this transition state, for in this condition the soul is uncertain and unable as yet to rely upon its own perceptions. But through such experiences, the soul gathers ever more strength, enabling it also during waking hours to ward off the disturbing influences of the physical outer and inner world, and thus to attain psycho-spiritual observation. Then, impressions through the senses no longer reach the soul. Brain-fettered reason is silent, and even the image of the meditation, through which one has only prepared oneself for spiritual vision, has been dropped from consciousness. Whatever is given out through occult science in this or that form should never originate in any psycho-spiritual observation other than that which is made with fully waking consciousness. The first experience is one in which the student can say to himself, "Even should I now disregard everything that can come to me through impressions from the outer physical world, still I look upon my inner being not as upon one in which all activity has ceased, but I look upon a being which is self-conscious in a world of which I know nothing, as long as I permit myself to be governed only by the impressions of ordinary reason and of the senses." The soul at this moment has the sensation that, in the manner above described, it has given birth to a new being as its own essential soul kernel. And the being possesses totally different qualities from those which were previously present in the soul. The second experience of the soul is one in which man has his former being, like a second independent one, alongside of himself. That which had up to this time been imprisoned evolves now into something we are able to confront. We feel, in fact, at certain times outside of what we have been accustomed to regard as our own being, as our own ego. It is as though one now lived in two egos, one which we have hitherto known, the other a newly born being, superior to the first, and we become aware that the former ego acquires a certain independence in its relationship to the second, just as the physical body has a certain measure of freedom in its relation to that first ego. This is an event of great importance, for through it man comes to know what it means to live in that world which he has been endeavoring to reach by means of training. It is this second, this newborn ego, which can be led to cognizance of the spiritual world, and in it can be developed that which has as much significance for the spiritual world as our sense organs have for the physical world of the senses. Should this development have attained to the requisite degree, the student will not only be aware of himself as a newborn ego, but he will recognize the spiritual facts and entities around him, just as he perceives the physical world through the action of his physical senses. And this is a third important experience. To meet properly this stage of spiritual training, one must take into account that with the strengthening of the forces of the soul, a degree of self-love and egoism appears with such intensity as is quite unknown in the ordinary life of the soul. It would be a mistake for anyone to think that it is only a case of ordinary self-love at this point. Self-love becomes so strong at this stage of development that it acquires the strength of a nature force within the soul, and a vigorous training of the will is necessary in order to conquer this powerful egoism. This training of the will must go hand in hand with the rest of the spiritual training. A strong inclination exists to feel absolutely happy in a world which we have gradually created for ourselves, and we must be able to obliterate, in the manner above described, that to which we have previously devoted ourselves with all our powers. We must efface ourselves in the imaginative world we have reached. But this effacement is opposed by the strongest impulses of egoism. The idea might easily arise that the exercises in spiritual training are something merely external which have no connection with the moral development of the soul. In this connection, it must be said that the moral force necessary for the conquest of egoism, as described, cannot be gained unless the moral condition of the soul is brought to a corresponding stage. Progress in spiritual training is unthinkable unless moral progress takes place at the same time. The conquest of egoism is impossible without moral force. All talk of spiritual training not being at the same time moral training is certainly contrary to fact. Only he who passes through such an experience might advance the following objections. How can one be sure to be dealing with actualities and not with mere fancies, visions, or hallucinations when he thinks he is having a spiritual perceptions? Now the matter lies thus. Every person who has been systematically trained and who has arrived at the stage already characterized will be in a position to note the difference between his own percept and a spiritual reality, just as well as a man endowed with sound sense knows the difference between the percept of a bar of hot iron and the actual presence of such a bar that he touches with his hand. The difference is determined by experience and by nothing else. And in the spiritual world, too, life is the touchstone. Just as we know that in the world of the senses, an imagined bar of iron, however hot, will burn no one's fingers, so does the trained occultist know whether he is passing through a spiritual experience merely in his imagination, or whether his awakened spiritual organs of perception are impressed by actual facts or beings. The precautions to be taken during schooling, in order that the student may not fall a victim to such delusions, will be dealt with in the following pages. It is of the greatest importance that the student should have attained to a certain very definite condition of the soul when the consciousness of the newborn ego commences. For through his ego, man is the ruler of his sensations, feelings, and conceptions, his impulses, desires, and passions. Observations and percepts cannot be left in the soul to follow their own devices. They must be regulated according to the laws of thought. And it is the ego, as it were, that controls these thought laws, and by means of them brings order into the life of perception and thought. It is similar with regard to desires and passions, inclinations, and impulses. The fundamental ethical laws become the guides of these forces of the soul, and by reason of the moral judgment, the ego becomes the soul's guide within this domain. Now, if a person detaches a higher ego from his ordinary ego, the latter becomes to a certain extent independent. That much life power is now taken away from it as is needed for the use of that higher ego. But let us consider the case of a person who has not, as yet, developed certain ability and firmness in exercising the laws of thought and in the power of judgment, but who nevertheless desires to bring about the birth of his higher ego. He will be able to leave to his ordinary ego only as much thought capacity as he has previously developed. If the amount of well-ordered thinking is insufficient, then the ordinary ego, which has now become independent, will certainly fall victim to confused, disordered, fantastic thoughts and judgment, and moreover, since in such a case the newborn ego must inevitably be weak also, the disordered lower ego will gain the upper hand, and the person will lose his ability for balanced judgment. Had he developed sufficient capability and firmness in logical thinking, he might have calmly left his ordinary ego to go its own way. In the ethical sphere, it is precisely the same. Should a person not have attained firmness in the matter of his moral judgment, should he not have become sufficiently master over his inclinations, impulses, and passions, he will then render his ordinary ego independent while in a condition in which it will be overwhelmed by all these soul forces. It may then happen that the person will become worse through the birth of his higher ego than he was before. Had he waited to bring about this birth until he had sufficiently developed his ordinary self, attaining firmness in the matter of ethical judgment, stability of character, and depth of conscience, he would then have been in a position to have all these virtues left within that first ego when the birth of the second came about. Neglecting to do so, however, lays him open to the danger of losing his moral balance, which, under the right course of training, cannot happen. Two things must here be borne in mind. First, that the facts above related should be taken as seriously as possible. Secondly, that, on the other hand, they should in no way deter one from entering upon such training. Anyone who has the firm intention of doing all in his power that may give confidence to the first ego in the execution of what it has to fulfill need never be dismayed when the second ego becomes detached as the result of such spiritual training. Yet he must remember that the power of self-delusion in man is very great with regard to the belief that he has now reached the stage of ripeness for any special thing. During the spiritual training here described, the student develops his thought life to such an extent that he is not exposed to dangers which are often thought to be connected with training. This cultivation of thought brings about all the inner experiences that are necessary, but causes them to be so enacted that the soul lives through them without any injurious shocks. Without an adequate development of thought, these experiences may produce a feeling of great uncertainty in the soul. The method here emphasized calls forth experiences in such a way that they may produce all their effect and yet not cause serious shocks. By developing the life of thought, the student becomes more of a spectator of the experiences of his inner life, whereas without such thought development, he is in the very midst of the experience and is shaken by all the shocks incidental to it. Systematic training points out certain qualities which the student must acquire by means of exercises in order to find the way to the higher worlds, and especial stress is laid on the following: control over the soul over its thoughts, its will, and its feelings. The manner in which this control is acquired through exercise has a dual aim. On the one hand, the soul by this practice acquires a firmness, reliance, and balance which will not forsake it even after the birth of the second ego. And on the other hand, this latter ego is provided with strength and inner fortitude for its journey. What is required is that man's thinking power shall, in all domains, conform to facts. In the physical world of the senses, life is the great teacher of the human ego with regard to reality. Were the soul to allow its thoughts to roam aimlessly hither and thither, it would soon be corrected by life, unless it were willing to enter into combat with it. The soul must conform its thoughts to the facts of life. Now, when man leads his thoughts away from the world of the physical senses, he misses the corrective influence of this latter. If his thought is not able to be its own mentor, it will be as unsteady as a will-o'-the-wisp. Consequently, the student's thought must be exercised in such a way that its course and object are self-determined. Inner firmness and a capacity to concentrate strictly on one object. This is what such thinking must of itself engender. And for this reason, the thought exercises should not be concerned with complicated objects or those foreign to life, but should, on the contrary, deal with those that are simple and familiar. Anyone who succeeds in fixing his mind over a long period of several months and for a space of at least 5 minutes a day on such ordinary objects as a pin or a lead pencil, excluding for the time being all other thoughts non-concerned with the object under contemplation, will have accomplished much in the right direction. A new article may be chosen each day or the same one adhered to for the space of several days. Even those who feel themselves to be quote-unquote thinkers need not despise this method of preparing themselves for occult training, because by fixing the attention for a time upon a really familiar object, one may be sure that he will be thinking in accordance with facts, and one who asks himself the questions, what are the constituent parts of a pencil? How are these materials prepared? How are they afterwards put together? When were pencils invented, etc., will surely be adapting his perceptions to realities more than he who meditates on the descent of man or asks himself what life is. Simple thought exercises prepare us better for an adequate concept of the world in its Saturn, Sun, and Moon stages of development than those based on learned and complicated ideas. For the important thing is not at all just to think, but to think in conformity with facts by means of an inner force. Once one has been trained to accuracy by means of an obvious physical sense process, the desire to think in conformity with facts will have become habitual, even if thought does not feel itself under the control of the physical sense world and its laws. We then lose the tendency to let our thoughts drift about aimlessly. And as in the world of thought, so in the realm of the will, the soul must become the ruler. In the physical sense world, it is life that rules. It urges upon man this or that as a necessity, and the will feels itself constrained to satisfy these same wants. In following higher training, man must accustom himself to obey his own commands strictly. And those who acquire this habit will feel less and less inclined to desire what is of no moment. All that is unsatisfying and unstable in the life of the will comes from the desire for things of the possession of which we have formed no distinct concept. Discontent such as this may, when the higher ego is desirous of emerging from the soul, throw that person's whole inner life into disorder. And it is a good exercise to give oneself, for the space of several months, some command to be carried out at a specified time of day. Today, at this or that particular hour, you will do this or that thing. Thus, we gradually become able to command the time at which a thing is to be done and the manner in which it is to be performed, so as to admit of its being accomplished with utmost exactitude. Thus, we lift ourselves above the bad habit of saying, I should like this, and I want the other, while exercising no thought of the possibility of its accomplishment. In the second part of Faust, Goethe puts the following words into the mouth of a seeress. Him I love who craves the impossible. And Goethe himself, in his prose proverbs, says, to live in the idea means treating the impossible as though 'twere possible. Such sentiments must not be put forward as objections against what has here been stated, for the demands made by Goethe and his seeress, Manto, can be fulfilled only by those who have first educated themselves through desire for that which is possible, and have, in so doing, arrived at being able, by means of their strong will, to treat the impossible in such a manner that through their willing it becomes transformed into the possible. A certain equanimity should pervade the soul of the occult student concerning the world of feeling. And to attain this result, it is necessary that the soul should have mastery over the expressions of joy and sorrow, pleasure and pain. But it is just concerning the acquisition of this faculty that some prejudice might arise. One might be afraid of becoming dull and indifferent if he does not rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Yet this is not what is meant. What is pleasurable should rejoice the soul, and sorrow should give it pain. But what the soul is to learn to achieve is control over the expression of joy and sorrow. If that is his aim, the student will become aware that, far from becoming dull and unsympathetic, he will be growing all the more receptive to the joy and sorrow around him. But it is true that the student will here find that he needs to watch himself carefully for a considerable time to be able to acquire the faculty indicated. He must be careful to see that he partakes of pain and pleasure to the full, yet without so giving himself up to either that he gives involuntary expression to it. It is not justified sorrow that should be suppressed, but the involuntary weeping. Not the revulsion against a mean act, but the blind raging in anger. Not the precaution against danger, but the senseless being afraid, etc. It is only by means of such exercises that the occult student can gain the inner calmness of soul necessary in order that, at the birth of the higher ego, the soul may not find itself as a kind of double, leading a second and unhealthy life alongside of the higher self. It is especially in these matters that we should not yield to self-deception. Some people may be of the opinion that they already possess in everyday life a certain degree of equanimity, and that they therefore stand in no need of such exercises. Yet it is especially those who doubly need them. For it is quite possible to remain equable when surveying the things of this life, and then, when ascending into the higher world, to show evidences of a want of equanimity, all the greater because it had only been held in check. For it should be emphatically understood that in the matter of occult training, it is not so much a question of what we may already seem to possess, but of carefully and regularly practicing what we need. Contradictory as this phrase may appear, it is nevertheless true that though life may have trained us to this or to that, the qualities to serve us in occult training are those that we have acquired for ourselves. Should life have rendered us excitable, we must train ourselves to conquering this trait. Yet, if life has engendered in us equanimity, we should so rouse ourselves by our own efforts that the soul may be capable of responding to the impressions it receives. The man who cannot laugh at anything has just as little control over his laughter as one who is perpetually giving way to uncontrolled laughter. Thought and feeling may be cultivated by yet another means, namely, by the acquirement of the characteristic known as positiveness. There is a beautiful legend in which it is related of Christ Jesus that he, with others, passed the dead body of a dog. The others turned aside from the hideous sight, but Christ Jesus spoke admiringly of the creature's beautiful teeth. One can, through practice, attain to the condition of mind in regard to the world which is indicated in this legend. Error, vice, and ugliness should not deter the soul from seeing truth, goodness, and beauty wherever they are to be found. Nor is this positiveness to be mistaken for want of judgment, or for deliberately closing the eyes to what is bad, false, and inferior. He who can admire the beautiful teeth of a decaying animal can also see that decaying corpse. Yet the corpse does not hinder his observing the beauty of the teeth. Thus, though what is bad cannot be deemed good, nor error acclaimed as truth, we can yet train ourselves so that what is bad need not prevent us from recognizing what is good, nor need errors render us insensible to that which is true. Thought, combined with will, attains to a certain maturity if we strive never to allow what we have already experienced or learned to rob us of our unbiased receptiveness for new experiences. Such a thought as, "I have never heard that before, I don't believe it," should lose all significance where the occult student is concerned. Indeed, he should endeavor, for a fixed period of time, to allow everything and every creature to convey something new to his mind. Every breath of air, every leaf on the tree, the prattling of a child, each and all will teach him something, provided he be willing to bring a different point of view to bear upon it from the one he has hitherto held. It may, of course, be possible to go too far in this particular, and we must not at any time lose sight of the experiences we have previously had. Indeed, what we experience in the present should be judged in accordance with the sum of our past experiences. These must be laid on one side of the scale, while on the other the occult student should place an inclination for ever gathering new knowledge. Above all, a belief in the possibility that new experiences may contradict the old. Thus we have enumerated those 5 qualities of the soul which the occult student in regular training should acquire: control of the trend of his thoughts, control of the impulses of his will, equanimity in sorrow and joy, positiveness in his judgment of the world, and impartiality in his view of life. After giving consecutive periods of time to the acquiring of these qualities through continued practice, the student must go still further and bring all these qualities into a harmonious whole within the soul, to achieve which he will have to practice the exercises in 2s and 2s together, or 3 and 1 simultaneously, so as to bring about the harmony desired. The exercises indicated above are thus given out by occult teaching because, if faithfully carried out, they not only produce in the occult student what we have called above direct results, but they lead indirectly to much else that is needed on the path to the higher worlds. He who practices these exercises sufficiently will, while doing so, become aware of many a lack and many a failing in his own soul life, and he will at the same time find in them the very means necessary to give strength and security to the intellect, to the emotional tendencies, and to the character as well. He will assuredly need many additional exercises according to his capacities, temperament, and character. These, however, will present themselves if the above be frequently carried out. Indeed, one will notice that the already indicated exercises, indirectly, gradually yield that which at first did not seem to be in them. A person endowed with but little self-confidence, for instance, finds in the course of time that by persistent practice, the needed confidence in himself has come about. And it is the same with many other soul qualities. It is a matter of significance that the occult student is capable of raising these capabilities to even higher degrees, and he must succeed in so controlling his thoughts and feelings that the soul will have power to maintain complete inner quietude for certain periods of time, periods during which he can keep out of his mind and heart all those things that in any way concern the outer everyday life, its joys and sorrows, its pleasures and cares, even its tasks and demands. At such a time, nothing should be allowed entrance into the soul except that which the soul itself admits. An objection may easily be made to this. One might imagine that alienation must result if the student withdraws in heart and spirit from life and its duties for a certain part of the day. Yet in reality, this is by no means the case. For those who, in the above manner, give themselves up to periods of inner quietude and peace, will find that out of these there grows such a fund of energy for fulfilling the outer duties of life that they are not only less efficiently performed, but assuredly more so. It is of great benefit at such times to detach oneself entirely from thoughts of personal affairs and to be able to raise oneself to that which affects not oneself alone, but all mankind. If he is then able to fill his soul with messages from a higher spiritual world, and if they have the power of enthralling his soul to as intense a degree as any personal concern or care, then indeed will his soul have gathered fruit of especial value. Those who thus exert themselves to regulate their soul life will arrive at the possibility of a degree of self-observation that will permit them to review their personal affairs with the same tranquility as those of others. Seeing one's own experiences and one's own joys and sorrows in the light in which those of another appear is a good preparation for occult training. We bring this exercise gradually to the necessary stage if, after the day's work is over, we allow the pictures of the day's occurrence to pass before the mind's eye. We would then see ourselves within our own experiences as in a picture. In other words, we would look at ourselves in our daily life as an outside observer. A certain practice in self-observation having been gained by concentrating the attention upon short divisions of the day's experience, the student will become more and more expert in this kind of retrospect, continued practice enabling him to review the events of the whole day completely and quickly. It will become ever more and more the ideal of the occult student to assume such an attitude with regard to the events of life which confront him that he will be able to await their approach with absolute calm and inner confidence, no longer judging them by the state of his own soul, but according to their own inner meaning and inner worth. And it is by looking to this ideal that he will create a condition of soul that will enable him to meditate profoundly, as described above, upon symbolical and other thoughts and feelings. The conditions here described must be fulfilled because supersensible experience is built upon the foundation on which the student stands in his ordinary soul life before he enters the supersensible world. In a twofold way, all supersensible experience is dependent upon the soul's point of departure before entering that world. One who is not intent from the outset on making sound powers of judgment the foundation of his spiritual training will develop supersensible capacities which perceive the spiritual world inaccurately and incorrectly. To a certain extent, his spiritual organs of perception will develop in the wrong way. And just as a man with a defective or diseased eye cannot see correctly in the sense world, so it is not possible to have true perceptions with spiritual organs which are not built upon the foundation of sound powers of judgment. One who starts from an immoral state of soul rises into the spiritual worlds with his spiritual vision stupefied and clouded. In regard to supersensible worlds, he is like a person in the sense world who makes observations in a state of lethargy. The latter, however, will not be able to make any statements of consequence, whereas the spiritual observer, even in his stupefaction, is more awake than a person in the ordinary state of consciousness, and the results of his observations will therefore be erroneous in regard to the spiritual world. The highest possibilities of imaginative cognition can be realized by supporting the aforesaid meditations by that which one might call sense-free thinking. Now, when we formulate an idea based upon observations made in the physical sense world, our thought is not free from sense impressions. Yet, it is not as though man could formulate only such ideas. Human thought need not become void and meaningless simply because it is not filled with observations derived through the channels of the senses. The most direct and the safest way for the occult student to acquire this sense-free thinking is to make the facts of the higher worlds presented by occult science the subject of his thoughts. These facts cannot be observed by means of the physical senses. Nevertheless, the student will find that he will be able to grasp them, if only he has enough patience and perseverance. No one can explore higher worlds or make his own observations therein without having been trained. But it is quite possible without training to understand everything which investigators communicate about those regions. Should anyone ask, how can I accept on trust what the occultist tells me, being myself as yet unable to see it? Such an objection would be groundless, for it is perfectly possible to arrive through mere reflective thinking at the sure conviction that the matters thus communicated are true. If a man is unable, through reflecting, to arrive at such a conviction, the reason is not that he cannot possibly believe something he cannot see, but simply because he has not as yet applied his powers of reflective thinking in a sufficiently unbiased, comprehensive, and profound manner. In order to be clear on this point, it must be borne in mind that human thought, if it arouses itself to energetic activity, can understand more than it usually imagines possible. For in thought there is an inner essence which is in connection with the supersensible world. The soul is not usually conscious of this connection because it is wont to train its faculty of thought only through the world of sense. On this account, it thinks incomprehensible what is imparted to it from the supersensible world. What is thus communicated is, however, not only intelligible to thought which has been spiritually trained, but to any thinking which is fully conscious of its power and is willing to make use of it. By the persevering assimilation of what occult teachers are able to impart to us, we habituate ourselves to a line of thought that is not derived from sense observation, and we learn to recognize how, within the soul, one thought is allied to another, and how one thought calls forth another, even when the connection of ideas is not occasioned by any power of sense observation. The essential point is that by this method we become aware of the fact that the world of thought possesses an inner life, and that while we are engaged in thought, we are, indeed, in the realm of a supersensible living power. Thus, we may say to ourselves, there is something within me that develops an organism of thought. Nevertheless, I am one with this something. And thus, in yielding to this sense-free thinking, we experience something like a being which flows into our inner life, just as the qualities of the things of the senses flow into us through our physical organs when used for sense observation. Out there in space, says the observer of the sense world, is a rose. It is not unfamiliar to me, for both scent and color proclaim its presence. And in like manner, when sense-free thought is working within us, we need only be sufficiently unbiased in order to be able to say, something real proclaims its presence to me, linking thought to thought and constituting a thought organism. Only there is a difference to be noted between the communication coming to the observer from the outer world of the senses and that which actually reaches the sense-free thinker. The former feels that he is standing without, in front of the rose, whereas he who has given himself up to thinking which is untrammeled by the senses will feel within himself whatever thus proclaims its presence to him. He will feel himself one with it. Those who, more or less, unconsciously consider as beings only that which they can perceive as external objects will, it is true, be unable to entertain the feeling that whatever has the nature of a being can also manifest itself within man by his becoming one with it. In order to judge correctly, one must be able to have the following inner experiences. One must learn to distinguish between the thought combinations created through one's own volition and those experienced without any voluntary exercise of the will. In the latter case, we may then say, I remain quite still within myself. I produce no trains of thought. I yield to that which thinks within me. Then we are fully justified in saying, "Within me a being is acting," just as we are justified in saying that the rose acts upon us when we see a certain red, when we perceive a certain odor. Nor is there any contradiction in having derived the contents of our ideas from communications made by the occult seer. The ideas are, it is true, already there when we devote ourselves to them. Yet they cannot be thought without in each case being created anew within the soul. The important point is that the occult teacher seeks to awaken in his hearers and readers the kind of thoughts which they must first call forth from within themselves, whereas he who describes some physical object indicates something that the listener or reader may observe with the sense world. The path which leads to sense-free thinking by means of the communications made by occult science is thoroughly safe. But there is also another method, even safer, and above all things more exact, yet for this very reason more difficult for the majority. This method is set forth in my 2 books. One is Goethe's Conception of the World, and the other is The Philosophy of Spiritual Activity. These writings set forth what human thought can achieve for itself if the thinking is not under the influence of the physical sense impressions, but relies merely upon itself. Then pure thinking works within man like a living being. At the same time, nothing in the above-mentioned writings is derived from communications due to occult science itself, and yet it is shown that pure, self-reliant thinking can obtain information about the world, life, and man. These writings therefore occupy a very important intermediate position between the actual cognition of the sense world and that of the spiritual world. They present that which thinking can gain when it raises itself above sense observation and yet does not enter into occult research. Anyone who allows these books to work upon his whole soul already stands within the spiritual world, but it appears to him as a world of thought. Those who are in a position to allow this intermediate condition to act upon them will be following a safe and sane path and can thus win for themselves a feeling concerning the higher worlds, which will for all future time ensure for them the most abundant results. The object of meditating upon the above-described symbolical concepts and feelings is, strictly speaking, the development of the higher organs of cognition within man's astral body. They are in the first place created from the substance of the astral body. These new organs of observation establish a connection with a new world wherein man learns to know himself as a new ego. These new organs of perception are first of all to be distinguished from those of the physical sense world by being active organs. Whereas the eye and ear are passive, allowing light and sound to work upon them, it may be said of these perceptive organs of the soul and spirit that, while functioning, they are in a perpetual state of activity, and that they seize hold of their objects and facts, as it were, in full consciousness. This gives rise to the feeling that psycho-spiritual cognition is a union with, a dwelling within, the corresponding facts. These separately evolving psycho-spiritual organs may be compared to lotus flowers, corresponding to the appearance which they present to the clairvoyant consciousness, as they are formed from the substance of the astral body. Very different kinds of meditation act upon the astral body in such manner that certain psycho-spiritual organs, the so-called lotus flowers, are developed. Any proper meditation undertaken with the view of attaining to imaginative cognition has its effect upon one or another of these organs. A regular course of training arranges and orders the separate exercises to be practiced by the occult student so that these organs may either simultaneously or consecutively attain their suitable development, and on this process the student will have to bring much patience and perseverance to bear. Those, indeed, who are possessed of no more than the average amount of patience with which man, under ordinary conditions of life, is endowed, will not reach very far. For it takes a long, often a very long time indeed, before these organs have reached a point at which the occult student is able to use them for observing things in the higher worlds. At this point comes what is known as, quote-unquote, illumination, in contradistinction to preparation or purification, which consists in the practices undertaken for the formation of these organs. The term purification is used because in order to reach certain phases of inner life, the pupil cleanses himself through the corresponding exercises of that which belongs to the world of sense observation. It is, however, quite possible that before actual illumination, the student may get repeated flashes of light from a higher world. These he should receive gratefully. Even these can make him a witness of the spiritual realms. Yet he must not falter should this never be vouchsafed him during his entire period of preparation, and should its consequent duration seem all too long to him. Indeed, those who yield to impatience because they can as yet see nothing have not yet acquired the right attitude toward the higher worlds. Those alone will be in a position to grasp this who can view the exercises they undertake as an object in themselves. For this practice is in truth a working on something psycho-spiritual, namely on their own astral body. Even though they do not see, they can feel that they are working on the psycho-spiritual plane. Only when we have a preconceived idea of what we wish to see are we unable to experience this feeling. In that case, we may consider as nothing what is, in reality, of immeasurable importance. But one should observe minutely everything which one experiences while practicing. Experiences which are so fundamentally different from those of the sense world. We shall then become aware that we cannot work upon our astral body as though it were some indifferent substance, but that in it there lives a totally different world of which the life of our senses does not inform us. Higher entities act upon the astral body in the same way in which the world of the physical senses acts upon the physical body, and we come upon that higher life in our own astral body, provided only we do not shut ourselves out from it. If we are perpetually saying, "I am aware of nothing," then it is generally the case that we imagined that these experiences should appear thus and so. And because we do not see what we imagined we should see, we say, "I can see nothing." However, he who is able to acquire the right attitude of mind with regard to his practice during training will find more and more that he has something which he loves for its own sake, and which, as an immeasurably important vital function, he can no longer do without. He will then know that through these very practices he is standing in the psycho-spiritual world, and will await with patience and resignation what may further transpire. This attitude of mind of the student may best be expressed in such words as these: I will do all the exercises which have been assigned to me. For I know that in the fullness of time, as much will come to me as I should receive. I do not ask for it impatiently, but I prepare myself to receive it. On the other hand, one should not raise the objection. The occult student, then, is expected perhaps for a long time to feel around in the dark, because he cannot know that he is on the right path with his exercises before he obtains results. It is not true, however, that he must wait until the results prove to him the correctness of the exercises. If the attitude of the student is right, then the satisfaction which he experiences in the practice of these exercises in itself carries the conviction that he is doing the right thing, and he does not need to wait for results to prove it. The correct practice of exercises in occult training brings with it a satisfaction that is not merely satisfaction, but conviction. The conviction that I am doing something which shows me that it is leading me forward in the right direction. Every occult student may have this conviction at any moment if he pays careful attention to his experiences. Should he not exercise such attention, He will simply pass by these experiences just as a wayfarer in profound thought does not notice the trees alongside of the road, though he would surely see them if he would but direct his attention to them. It is by no means desirable that results, other than those which are always due to such practice, should in any way be hastened. For such results might easily be only an infinitesimal part of what should really take place. Indeed, in the matter of occult development, partial results are, more often than not, the cause of considerable delay in complete development. Contact with such forms of spiritual life corresponding to partial development tends to dull the perceptive faculties to the influences of those powers which would lead on to higher stages of development. While the benefit derived from such a glimpse of the spiritual world is after all only a seeming one, because this glimpse cannot divulge the truth, but only deceptive illusions. The psycho-spiritual organs, the lotus flowers, shape themselves in such a manner that to clairvoyant consciousness they appear in the vicinity of particular physical organs of the body of the person undergoing training. From among these psycho-spiritual organs, the following should be enumerated. That which is to be perceived between the eyebrows is the so-called two-petaled lotus flower. That in the region of the larynx is the 16-petaled lotus. In the region of the heart is to be found the 12-petaled lotus flower, and the fourth is near the navel. Others appear in close conjunction with other parts of the physical body. The lotus flowers are formed in the astral body, and by the time one or the other has developed, we become conscious of them. We then feel that we can make use of them, and that by doing so we really enter a higher world. The impressions received of that world still resemble in many respects those of the physical senses, and one with imaginative cognition will be able to designate the new higher world as impressions of heat or cold, perceptions of sound or words, effects of light or color, because it is in this way that he perceives them. He is, however, conscious of the fact that these perceptions express something different in the imaginative world from what they do in the actual sense world, and he recognizes that behind them lie causes which are not physical, but psycho-spiritual ones. Should he receive an impression of heat, he will not, for instance, attribute this to a piece of hot iron, but will regard it as the emanation of some soul process, which he has hitherto experienced only with his soul's inner life. He knows that behind imaginative experiences exist psycho-spiritual things and processes, just as behind physical perceptions we have physical entities and material facts. And yet, this similarity, apparent between the world of imagination and the physical world, is modified by one important difference. There is something present in the physical world which, when met in the imaginative world, bears quite another appearance. In the former, we are aware of a perpetual ebb and flow, an alternation between birth and death. But in the imaginative world there appears, in place of this phenomenon, a continual metamorphosis of one into the other. In the physical world we see, for instance, how a plant fades away, but in the imaginative world there emerges, in proportion as the plant fades, another form, not physically discernible, into which the withering plant is gradually transformed. When once the plant has faded away completely, this form will have become fully developed in its place. Birth and death are conceptions which lose their value in the imaginative world, making way for a comprehension of the transmutation of the one into the other. This being the case, those truths concerning which we have already made certain communications in an earlier chapter of this book become accessible to the imaginative perception. Physical sense perception is able to perceive only what takes place in the physical body, processes which are enacted within the domain of birth and death. The other principles of man's being, namely the etheric or vital body, the sentient body, and the ego, are subject to the law of transmutation, and the perception of them is unlocked by imaginative cognition. Anyone who has advanced this far will observe that that which lives on under other conditions of being after death detaches itself from the physical body. But development does not come to a standstill within the imaginative world. Anyone who would like to remain stationary in it would, it is true, be able to note the entities in process of transmutation, but he would be unable to interpret the meaning of these processes of change. He would not be in a position to find his way about in this newly attained world. For the imaginative world is a realm of unrest. There is naught in it but movement and change. Nowhere are there stationary points. Such points of rest are reached only by the person who, having transcended the stage of imaginative knowledge, has attained to that grade of development known to occult science as understanding through inspiration. It is not necessary for one seeking knowledge of the supersensible world to develop his capacities so that the imaginative cognition should have been acquired in full measure before moving on to the stage of inspiration. His exercises may indeed be so regulated that two processes may go on simultaneously, one leading to imagination and the other to inspiration. The student will then, in due time, enter a higher world, in which he not only perceives, but where he can also find his way about, as it were, and which he becomes able to interpret. Progress, as a rule, consists in the occult student perceiving some apparitions of the imaginative world and becoming conscious, after a while, that he is beginning to get his bearings. Yet, the world of inspiration is something quite new compared with the purely imaginative realm. By means of the latter, we learn to know the transformation of one process into another, while through the former we come to recognize the inner qualities of ever-changing beings. Imagination shows us the soul expression of such beings. Through inspiration, we penetrate into their spiritual core. Above all, we become aware of a multiplicity of spiritual beings and of their relation to one another. In the physical sense world, we have also, of course, to do with a multiplicity of different beings, yet in the world of inspiration, this multiplicity is of a different character. In that world, each being sustains quite definite relations to all the other beings, not, however, as in the physical world through outer influence upon them, but through their essential inner nature. When we become aware of a being in the world of inspiration, no external impression made upon another is apparent, such as might be compared with the influence of one physical being upon another. A relation nevertheless exists which is purely the result of the inner constitution of the two beings. This relationship may be compared with that in which the separate sounds or letters of a word stand to one another in the physical world. If we take the word man, the impression made is due to a consonance of the letters M-A-N. There is no impact nor other outer influence passing from the M to the A, but both letters sound together with a whole, owing to their very nature. This is why observations made in the world of inspirations can only be compared to reading, and the observer sees the beings of this world like written characters which he must learn and whose inner relations must reveal themselves to him like a supersensible writing. Therefore, occult science can call cognition through inspiration, figuratively, the reading of the secret script. How one may read by this secret script, and how one can communicate what has thus been read, will now be made clear by reference to previous chapters in this book. Man's being was first described as composed of different principles. It was then further shown how the cosmos in which man is developing, passing through various conditions, those of Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth. The perception by means of which we are able, on the one hand, to discern the principles of the human being, and, on the other, the successive states of the Earth and its previous transformations, is revealed to the imaginative cognition. But it is now further necessary that the relations existing between the Saturn state and man's physical body, between the Sun state and the etheric body, etc., be understood. It must be shown that even during the Saturn state, the germ of man's physical body came into existence, and that it has then further developed to its present form during the Sun, Moon, and Earth periods. It had to be shown, for example, what changes took place in the human being owing to the separation of the Sun from the Earth, and also that something similar again took place in connection with the Moon. We had, moreover, to make plain what contributed to the bringing about of such changes in mankind as those which took place in the Atlantean era, how they were manifested in the successive Indian, ancient Persian, Egyptian, and other periods. The description of this sequence of events is not the result of imaginative perception, but of inspirational cognition derived from the reading of the secret script. For such reading, the imaginative perceptions are like letters or sounds, although such reading is not alone necessary for interpretations like the above. It would be impossible to comprehend the whole life process of man by means of imaginative cognition alone. One might possibly be in a position to note how, in the process of dying, the psycho-spiritual principles detach themselves from what remains in the physical world, but it would be impossible to understand the connection between what happens to man after death and the preceding and following stages, were we unable to find our way through the facts obtained by imaginative cognition. Without inspirational knowledge, the entire imaginative world would remain mere writing, at which we gaze but which we are unable to read. As the student proceeds from imagination to inspiration, he will soon see how wrong it would be to neglect this understanding of the facts of the universe and limit himself only to those facts which, so to speak, touch his close personal interests. Indeed, those who are not initiated into these matters may be inclined to say, "The only thing that seems of any importance to me is that I should ascertain the fate of the human soul after death. If anyone can give me information upon that subject, it will suffice. But of what use is it for occult science to present to me such remote subjects as the Saturn and Sun states, or the separation of the Moon and the Sun, etc.? Those, however, who have been properly instructed in these things will recognize that a true understanding of what they desire to learn could not be obtained without knowledge of these matters, which appear so unnecessary to them. A delineation of man's states after death would remain utterly incomprehensible and valueless to one who is unable to connect it with ideas derived from those very far-off events. Even the most elementary observations of a clairvoyant necessitate his acquaintance with such things. When, for example, a plant passes from the blossom to a state of fruition, the clairvoyant observes a change in the astral being, which, while the plant is in blossom, has covered and surrounded the blossoming plant from above like a cloud. Had fructification not taken place, this astral being would have been changed into quite a different form from the one it now assumes in consequence of this fertilization. Now we understand the entire process thus clairvoyantly observed if we have learned to comprehend our own nature through a knowledge of that great cosmic process in which the earth and all its inhabitants were involved at the time of the separation from the sun. Before fertilization, the plant is in the same condition as was the whole earth before the sun separated from it. After the fertilization of the blossom, however, the condition of the plant is that of the earth after the separation of the sun had taken place, while the moon forces were still active in it. Those who have thoroughly assimilated the idea to be gained by a comprehension of this separation of the sun will now be able to interpret correctly the significance of the process of plant fertilization, when it is said that the plant, previous to fructification, is in a sun state, and afterward in the moon state. Indeed, it may be said of even the smallest occurrence in the world that it can be fully understood only when the reflection of great cosmic events is recognized in it. Otherwise, its inner nature remains just as unintelligible as Raphael's Sistine Madonna would be for one who could only see a small blue speck, while the rest of it remained covered. Everything that happens to man is a reflection of all those great cosmic events that have to do with his existence. Those who wish to understand the observations made by clairvoyant consciousness of the phenomena taking place between birth and death, and again between death and a new birth, will be able to do so if they first acquire the faculty of interpreting imaginative observations by means of conceptions gained by reflecting upon great cosmic events. These contemplations, indeed, furnish the key to a comprehension of human life. Therefore, the study of Saturn, Sun, and Moon are, from the standpoint of occult science, at the same time a study of man. Through inspiration, one arrives at a knowledge of the relationships between the beings of the higher world, and a further stage of cognition makes it then possible to recognize the inner essential nature of these beings themselves. This stage of cognition is known to occult science as that of intuitive cognition. Cognition of a sense being implies standing outside of it and judging it according to outer impressions. Intuitive cognition of a spiritual being implies being at one with it, uniting oneself with the inner nature of that being. Step by step, the occult student ascends toward such cognition. Imagination leads him no longer to consider phenomena as the external qualities of beings, but to recognize them as psycho-spiritual emanations. Inspiration leads him further into the inner nature of these beings. Here we can again illustrate by means of the foregoing chapters what is the meaning of intuition. In those earlier chapters, it has not only been stated how the progress of the Saturn, Sun, and Moon evolutions proceeded, but also that beings took part in widely different ways in that progress, and mention was made of the thrones or spirits of will, the spirits of wisdom, the spirits of motion, and so on. In connection with the Earth's development, reference was made to the Luciferian spirits and the spirits of Ahriman. The structure of the world was traced back to those beings who took part in it. All knowledge pertaining to those beings is derived from intuitive cognition, which is also necessary if we wish to understand man's life. That which is released from the human physical body at death passes on through various states in the future. The more immediate conditions after death might, to some extent, be described by referring to imaginative cognition, but that which takes place when man has proceeded farther into that time lying between death and a new birth would be entirely incomprehensible to the imagination did not inspiration come to its aid. For inspiration alone can disclose what can be revealed about man's life after its purification in the land of spirits. We come to a point where inspiration is no longer adequate, where it reaches the limit of its possibilities. For there is a period in human development between death and a new birth in which the human being is accessible only to intuition. Yet this part of the human being is always within man, and if we wish to understand it in its true inner nature, we must also seek it between birth and death by means of intuition. Anyone attempting to fathom man by means of imagination and inspiration alone would miss the very innermost being, that which continues from incarnation to incarnation. It is therefore by intuitive cognition alone that adequate research concerning reincarnation and karma becomes possible, and all genuine knowledge of these processes is derived from research undertaken by means of intuition. If a man wishes to know his own inner self, he can only do so by intuition. By its aid, he becomes aware of what it is that moves onward within him from incarnation to incarnation. And should it fall to anyone's lot to know something about his earlier incarnations, this can only take place through intuitive cognition. Cognition through inspiration and intuition is attainable only by means of psycho-spiritual exercises, and they resemble those meditations practiced for the attainment of imagination which have already been described. While, however, in exercises for the development of the imagination, a connection is set up with impressions belonging to the world of the physical senses, such connections gradually cease in the case of exercises for inspiration. In order to understand more clearly what must be done, let us recall once more the symbol of the rosy cross. When we meditate on this, we have before us a picture of which the component parts have been taken from the world of senses. There is the black color of the cross, the roses, etc. And yet, the combination of those various parts into the rosy cross is not derived from the world of the senses. If the student now endeavors to banish from his consciousness both the black cross and the red roses as pictures of sense realities, only retaining in his soul that spiritual activity which has been used in putting these parts together, he will then have a means for a meditation that will gradually lead him on to inspiration. He should put the question to himself somewhat in the following manner. What have I done inwardly to construct that symbol from cross and rose? What I did, an act of my own soul, I will retain within my hold. But the picture itself I will allow to fade away out of my consciousness. I shall then be able to feel within me all that my soul did in order to produce the picture, though I no longer recall the picture itself. I will now live wholly within my own activity that created the picture. I will not meditate upon a picture, but upon the powers of my own soul which are capable of creating pictures. Such meditations must now be practiced with various other symbols. This leads then to cognition through inspiration. Here is another example, that of meditating upon the growth and subsequent withering of a plant. Let the picture of a slowly growing plant arise in the soul as it sprouts from the seed, unfolds leaf after leaf, then blossoms and fruits. Then again as it begins to wither on to its complete dissolution. By the help of meditations on such a symbol as this, the student gradually attains a feeling concerning growth and decay of which the plant is but a symbol. If the exercises be persevered in continuously, the image of the transformation which underlies physical growth and decay can be evolved from this feeling. But if one wishes to attain the corresponding stage of inspiration, this exercise must be practiced quite differently. Here, one's own activity of soul must be called to mind, that which had obtained the conception of growth and decay from the image of the plant. The plant must now be allowed to vanish altogether from the consciousness, and the attention be concentrated entirely upon the student's own inner activity. It is only such exercises as these that help us to rise to inspiration. At first, the occult student will find it difficult to fully grasp how to set about such an exercise. This is because man is used to permitting his inner life to be governed by outward impressions, and thus falls immediately into uncertainty and wavering, when now he must unfold in addition a soul life which has freed itself from all connections with outward impressions. Here, the student must clearly understand that he should only undertake these exercises if, along with them, he cultivates everything that may lead to firmness and stability in his judgment, emotional life, and character. These precautions are even more necessary than when seeking to acquire the faculty of imagination. Should he take these precautions, he will be doubly successful, for, in the first place, he will not risk losing the balance of his personality through the exercises. And secondly, he will acquire the capacity of being really able to carry out what is demanded in these exercises. They will be deemed difficult only as long as one has not yet attained a particular attitude of soul and certain feelings and sentiments. He who patiently and perseveringly cultivates within his soul such qualities as are favorable to the growth of supersensible cognition will not be long in acquiring both the understanding and the faculty for these practices. Anyone who can acquire the habit of frequently entering into the quiet of his own soul, and who, instead of brooding over himself, transforms and orders those experiences he has had in life, will gain much. For he will perceive that his thoughts and feelings become richer if through memory he establishes a relationship between the different experiences of life. He will become aware that he gains stores of new knowledge, not only through new impressions and new experiences, but also by letting the old ones be active within him. He who allows his experiences and his opinions free play, keeping himself with his sympathies and antipathies, personal interests and feelings entirely in the background, will prepare an especially fertile soil for supersensible cognition. He will in very truth be developing what may be called a rich inner life. But what is of primary importance is the balance and equilibrium of the qualities of the soul. People are very apt to become one-sided when indulging in certain activities of the soul. Thus, when a person has come to know the advantages of contemplation and of dwelling upon pictures derived from his own thought world, he is apt to develop a tendency to withdraw himself from the impressions of the outer world. Yet, such a step only leads to parching and withering the inner life. And he will go farthest who manages to retain an unchecked receptivity for all impressions of the outer world, while possessing the power to withdraw within his own inner self. It is by no means necessary to think only of the so-called important events of life. Everyone, in every sphere of life, be his four walls ever so humble, will be possessed of experience enough, provided only his mind is truly receptive. Experiences need not be sought. They abound on every hand. Of particular importance is the way in which experience may be utilized by the human soul. For instance, one may make the discovery that someone whom he or another greatly reveres has some quality that must be regarded as a flaw in his character. An experience of this kind may lead the person to whom it comes to thoughts which will tend toward one of two directions. He may simply feel that he can never again regard the person in question with the same degree of veneration. Or, on the other hand, he may say to himself, "How has it been possible for this revered person to be burdened with such a failing? How can I present the matter to my mind so as to see in this failing not merely a fault, but something that is the outcome of his life, possibly even caused by his noble qualities?" Whoever can place the question thus before his own mind may, perhaps, arrive at the conclusion that his veneration for his friend need not suffer the least diminution in spite of the failing that has come to light. Experiences of this nature will, each time they are met with, add something to our understanding of life. Yet it would certainly be a bad thing for one to allow himself to be tempted through this generous view of life to excuse everything in those whom he happens to like, or to drop into the habit of ignoring every blamable action in order thereby to seek some benefit to his own inner development. Blaming or excusing the mistakes of others merely as a result of an inner impulse does not further our development. This can only happen if our action is governed by the particular case itself, regardless of what we may thereby gain or lose. It is absolutely true that we cannot learn by condemning a fault, but only by understanding it. But at the same time, if, owing to understanding it, we exclude all disapproval of it, we likewise would not progress very far. Here, again, the important thing is to avoid one-sidedness, either in one direction or the other, and to establish harmony and balance of all qualities in the soul. And this is especially to be kept in mind in regard to one quality which is preeminently important to man's development: the feeling of devotion. Those who can cultivate this feeling, or on whom nature herself has bestowed so inestimable a gift, have a good foundation for the powers of supersensible cognition. Those who in childhood and youth have been able to look up to certain persons with feelings of devoted admiration, beholding in them some high ideal, will already possess in the depths of their souls the soil in which supersensible cognition may flourish abundantly. And those who, possessed of the maturer judgment of later life, can direct their gaze upon the starry heavens and surrender themselves unreservedly to admiration of the revelations of the higher powers, are in a like manner ripening their senses for the acquisition of knowledge with regard to the supersensible worlds. So is it also with those who can admire the powers ruling over human life itself. It is by no means of small importance for a fully matured man to be able to feel veneration to the highest degree for other people whose worth he senses or recognizes. For it is only where veneration such as this is present that a vista of the higher worlds can be revealed. Those who possess no sense of reverence will never go very far in their attainment of cognition. For from those who decline to appreciate anything in this world, the essence of all things will assuredly be withheld. Nevertheless, anyone who permits his feelings of reverence and devotion to kill his healthy self-consciousness and self-confidence is guilty of sinning against the laws of balance and equilibrium. The occult student must work constantly in order to mature his own nature. Then indeed he may well have confidence in his own personality and believe that its powers are increasing more and more. Anyone arriving at the right feeling in this respect will say to himself, "There are within me hidden powers, and I am able to call them forth from within. If, therefore, I see something which fills me with reverence because it is above me, I need no longer merely venerate it, but I may confidently assume that, if I develop all that is in me, I may raise myself to the level of the object of my veneration." The more capable a man is of fixing his attention upon these events of life with which he is not directly familiar, the greater will be the possibility of providing himself with a foundation for development in higher worlds. The following example will make this evident. Let us assume that someone is placed in a position in which it rests with him either to do or leave undone a certain thing. His judgment bids him to do this, while at the same time there may be a certain indefinite something in his feelings which deters him from the deed. It may so happen that the person in question will pay no heed to this inexplicable something, carrying out the action in accordance with his judgment. But it may also be that the person so placed will yield to this inner impulse and not perform the act. Now, pursuing the matter further, he may find that mischief would have resulted from his following the dictates of his reason, and that a blessing awaited him through the omission of the act. An experience of this nature may lead a man's thoughts into quite a definite channel, and then he will put the matter to himself in this way. There is something within me that is a surer guide than the measure of judgment of which I am at present possessed. I must therefore retain an open mind toward this inner something, to the height of which my own capacity for judgment has not yet attained. The soul derives much benefit when it directs its attention to occurrences in life such as these, for they demonstrate that man's healthy premonitions bear something in them which is of greater moment than he, with his present degree of judgment, is able to perceive. Attention in this direction has the effect of enlarging the life of the soul. Yet, here again, certain peculiarities may arise which are of themselves dangerous. One who accustoms himself to a perpetual disregarding of his judgment, owing to this or that premonition, would easily become a shuttlecock tossed at the mercy of every kind of undefined impulse. Indeed, it is not a far cry from such habitual indecision to a state of absolute superstition. Every superstition is disastrous to the student of occult science. The possibility of gaining admission by legitimate means to the realms of the spiritual life must depend upon a careful exclusion of all superstition, fantasy, and dreaming. One who is pleased at having had a certain experience which cannot be grasped by human reason will not approach the spiritual world in the right manner. No partiality for the inexplicable will ever make one qualified for discipleship of the Spirit. Indeed, the pupil should utterly discard the notion that a true mystic is one who is always ready to surmise the presence of what cannot be explained or explored. The right way is to be prepared to recognize on all hands hidden forces and hidden beings, yet at the same time to assume that what is unexplored today will be able to be explored when the requisite ability has been developed. There is a certain mood of soul which it is important for the pupil to maintain at every stage of his development. He should not let his urge for higher knowledge lead him to keep on aiming to get answers to particular questions. Rather, should he continually be asking, how am I to develop the needed faculties within myself? For when by dint of patient inner work some faculty develops in him, he will receive the answer to some of his questions. Genuine pupils of the Spirit will always take pains to cultivate this attitude of soul. They will thereby be encouraged to work upon themselves, that they may become ever more and more mature in spirit, and they will abjure the desire to extort answers to particular questions. They will wait until such time as the answers come. Here again, however, there is the possibility of a one-sidedness, which may prevent the pupil from going forward in the way he should. For at some moment he may quite rightly feel that, according to the measure of his powers, he can answer for himself even questions of the highest order. Thus, at every turn, moderation and balance play an essential part in the life of the soul. Many more qualities of the soul could be cited that may, with advantage, be fostered and developed if the pupil is seriously wanting to work through a training for inspiration. And in connection with every one of them, we should find that emphasis is laid on the supreme importance of moderation and balance. These attributes of soul help the pupil to understand the exercises that are given for the attainment of inspiration, and also make him capable of carrying them out. The exercises for intuition demand from the pupil that he let disappear from consciousness not only the pictures to which he gave himself up in contemplation in order to arrive at imaginative cognition, but also that meditating upon his own activity of soul, which he practiced for the attainment of inspiration. This means that he is now to have in his soul literally nothing of what he has experienced hitherto, whether outwardly or inwardly. If, after discarding all outward and inward experience, nothing whatever is left in his consciousness, that is to say, if consciousness simply slips away from him and he sinks into unconsciousness, then that will tell him that he is not yet ripe to undertake the exercises for intuition and must continue working with those for imagination and inspiration. A time will come, however, when an effect will linger in the consciousness, which can just as well be made the object of meditation, as were before those outer and inner impressions. This something is, however, of a very special nature, and in comparison with all previous experiences, it is something absolutely new. When it occurs, we recognize it as something we have never known before. It is a perception, just as an actual sound is a perception, that strikes upon the ear. Yet it can enter the consciousness only through intuition, just as the sound can only enter the consciousness by the way of the ear. Thus, with intuition, the last remnants of the physical and sentient are stripped from man's impressions, while the spiritual world begins to expand before the understanding in a form that has nothing in common with the characteristics of the world of the physical senses. Imaginative cognition is attained by developing the lotus flowers within the astral body. Through those exercises undertaken for the attainment of inspiration and intuition, particular movements, formations, and currents which were previously absent now appear in the human etheric or vital body. These are the very organs which enable man to read the secret script and bring that which lies beyond it within his reach. For to the clairvoyant, the changes which occur in the etheric body of a person attaining to inspiration and intuition appear in the following manner. Near the physical heart, a new center is forming in the etheric body, which develops into an etheric organ. From this organ, movements and currents flow toward different parts of the human body in the most varied manner. The most important of these currents approach the lotus flowers, pass through them and their separate petals, and thence direct their course outward, pouring themselves into outer space in the form of rays. The more developed a person is, the greater will be the circumference around him in which these rays become discernible. This center near the heart is not, however, formed at the very beginning under correct training. It is first prepared. A temporary center is first formed in the head. This then moves down to the region of the larynx and is finally transferred into the region of the heart. Under an irregular course of development, it would be possible for the organ in question to develop near the heart at the outset. In that case, the student, instead of arriving in due course at adequate, tranquil clairvoyance by regular means, would run the risk of turning into a visionary and dreamer. Subsequent development enables the occult student to render these currents and organized parts of this etheric body independent of his physical body and to use them independently. The lotus flowers then serve him as instruments by which to move his etheric body. Yet, before this can take place, certain currents and radiations must come into action around his entire etheric body, surrounding this, as it were, with a fine network, thus encasing it as though it were a separate entity. When this has taken place, the movements and currents of the etheric body can without hindrance touch the outer psychospiritual world and unite with it, so that outer psychospiritual occurrences and inner ones, those within the human etheric body, blend into one another. When this comes to pass, the moment has arrived when man can consciously experience the world of inspiration. This cognition takes place in a manner different from cognition of the physical sense world. In this latter, we become aware of the world by means of our senses and form our ideas and concepts from these perceptions. But in the case of cognition through inspiration, this is not so. What is thus perceived is instantaneous. There is no thinking after the perception has taken place. That which in the case of physical sense cognition is only afterward gained through the concept is, in the case of inspiration, simultaneous with the perception. One would therefore become merged with the surrounding psychospiritual world and be unable to differentiate oneself from it had not the fine network above alluded to been previously formed in the etheric body. When exercises for intuition are practiced, they not only affect the etheric body, but extend their influence to the supersensible forces of the physical body. But it must not, of course, be imagined that effects are brought about in the physical body which are discernible to ordinary sense observation. For these effects, the clairvoyant alone is able to judge, and they have nothing to do with external powers of perception. They come as the result of a ripened consciousness, when this latter is able to have intuitional experiences, even though it has divested itself of all previous inner and outer experiences. The experiences of intuition are, however, subtle, delicate, and intimate, in comparison with which the physical body, at its present stage of development, is coarse. For this reason, it offers a positive hindrance to the success of any exercises for attaining intuition. Nevertheless, should these be pursued with energy and perseverance, and with the requisite inner calm, they will ultimately overcome those powerful hindrances of the physical body. The occult student will become aware of this when he notices how, by degrees, particular actions of his physical body, which hitherto had taken place without his own volition, now come under his control. He will also become aware that for a brief time he will feel the need, for instance, of so regulating his breathing or some similar act as to bring it into a kind of harmonious accord with whatever is being enacted within his soul, be it exercises or other forms of inner concentration. The ideal development would be that no exercises should be done by means of the physical body, but that everything which has to take place within it should result only as a consequence of exercises for intuition. As, however, the physical body offers such powerful impediments, the training may permit of some alleviations. These consist in exercises which affect the physical body. Yet everything in this domain that has not been directly imparted by the teacher, or those having knowledge and experience of these things, is fraught with danger. Such exercises, for instance, include a certain regulated process of breathing to be carried out for a very short space of time. These regulations of the breathing correspond in quite a definite way to particular laws of the psychospiritual world. Breathing is a physical process, and when this act is so carried out as to be the expression of a psycho-spiritual law, physical existence receives the direct stamp, as it were, of spirituality, and the physical matter is transformed. For this reason, occult science is able to call the change due to such direct spiritual influence a transmutation of the physical body, and this process represents what is called working with the philosopher's stone by him who has a knowledge of these matters. He who knows these things frees himself indeed from those concepts which have been limited by superstition, humbug, and charlatanry. The significance of the phenomena does not become less to him who knows just because, as a spiritual investigator, all superstition is foreign to him. When he has acquired a concept of a significant fact, he may be allowed to call it by its correct name, although that name has been fixed upon it as a result of misunderstanding, error, and nonsense. Every true intuition is, in fact, a working with the philosopher's stone, because each genuine intuition calls directly upon those powers which act from out the supersensible world into the world of the senses. As the occult student climbs the path leading to cognition of the higher worlds, he becomes aware at a particular point that the cohesion of the powers of his own personality is assuming a different form from that which it possesses in the world of the physical senses. In the latter, the ego brings about a uniform cooperation of the powers of the soul, primarily of thought, feeling, and will. These three soul powers are actually, under normal conditions of human life, in perpetual relation with one another. For instance, we see a particular object in the external world, and it is pleasing or displeasing to the soul. That is to say, the perception of the thing will be followed by a sense of either pleasure or displeasure. Possibly we may desire the object, or may have the impulse to alter it in some way or other. That is to say, desire and will associate themselves with perception and feeling. Now, this association is due to the fact that the ego coordinates presentiment, thinking, feeling, and willing, and in this way introduces order among the forces of the personality. This healthy arrangement would be interrupted should the ego prove itself powerless in this respect. If, for instance, the will went a different way from the feeling or thinking. No man would be in a healthy condition of mind who, while thinking this or that to be right, nevertheless wished to do something which he did not consider right. The same would hold good if a person desired not the thing that pleased him, but that which displeased him. Now, the person progressing toward higher cognition becomes aware that feeling, thinking, and willing do actually assume a certain independence. That, for example, a particular thought no longer urges him, as though of itself, to a certain condition of feeling and willing. The matter resolves itself thus. We may comprehend something correctly by means of thinking, but in order to arrive at a feeling or impulse of the will on the subject, we need a further independent impetus coming from within ourselves. Thinking, feeling, and willing no longer remain three forces radiating from the ego as their common center, but become, as it were, independent entities, just as though they were three separate personalities. For this reason, therefore, a person's own ego must be strengthened, for not only must it introduce order among three powers, but the leadership and guidance of three entities have devolved upon it. And this is what is known to occult science as the cleavage of the personality. Here is once more clearly revealed how important it is to add to the exercises for higher training others for giving fixity and firmness to the judgment and to the life of feeling and will. For if certainty and firmness are not brought into the higher world, it will at once be seen how weak the ego proves to be, and how it can be no fitting ruler over the powers of thought, feeling, and will. In the presence of this weakness, the soul would be dragged by three different personalities in as many directions, and its inner individual separateness would cease. But should the development of the occult student proceed on the right lines, the multiplication of himself, so to speak, will prove to be a real step forward, and he will nevertheless continue as a new ego to be the strong ruler over the independent entities which now make up his soul. In the subsequent course of development, this division or cleavage is carried further. Thought, now functioning independently, arouses the activities of a fourth distinct psychospiritual being, one that may be described as a direct influx into the individual of currents which bear a resemblance to thoughts. The entire world then appears as thought structure, confronting man just like the plant and animal worlds in the realm of the physical senses. In the same manner, feeling and will, which have become independent, stimulate two other powers within the soul to work in it as separate entities. And yet a seventh power and entity must be added, which resembles the ego itself. Thus man, on reaching a particular stage of development, finds himself to be composed of 7 entities, all of which he has to guide and control. The whole of this experience becomes associated with a further one. Before entering the supersensible world, thinking, feeling, and willing were known to man merely as inner soul experiences. But as soon as he enters the supersensible world, he becomes aware of things which do not express physical sense realities, but psycho-spiritual realities. Behind the characteristics of the new world of which he has become aware, he now perceives spiritual beings. These now present themselves to him as an external world, just as stones, plants, and animals in the physical sense world have impressed his senses. Now, the occult student is able to observe an important difference between the spiritual world unfolding itself before him and the world he has hitherto been accustomed to recognize by means of his physical senses. A plant of the sense world remains what it is, whatever man's soul may think or feel about it. This is not the case, however, with the images of the psycho-spiritual world, for these change according to man's own thoughts and feelings. Man stamps upon them an impression which is the result of his own being. Let us imagine a particular picture presenting itself to man in the imaginative world. As long as he maintains indifference toward it, it will continue to show a particular form. As soon, however, as he is moved by feelings of like or dislike with regard to it, its form will change. Pictures, therefore, at first present not only something independent and external to man, but they reflect also what man himself is. These pictures are permeated through and through with man's own being. This falls like a veil over the other beings. In this case, man, even if confronted by a real being, does not see this, but sees what he himself has created. Thus, he may have something true before him and yet see what is false. Indeed, this is not only the case in respect to what man has observed concerning his own being, but everything that is in him impresses itself upon the spiritual world. If, for example, a person has secret inclinations, which owing to education and character are precluded from revealing themselves in life, those inclinations will, nevertheless, take effect in the psycho-spiritual world, which is thus colored in a peculiar way due to that person's being, quite irrespective of how much he may or may not know of his own being. And in order to be able to advance beyond this stage of development, it becomes necessary that man should learn to distinguish between himself and the spiritual world around him. It is necessary that he should learn to eliminate all the effects produced by his own nature upon the surrounding psycho-spiritual world. This can be done only by acquiring a knowledge of what we ourselves take with us into this new world. It is therefore primarily a question of self-knowledge, in order that we may become able to perceive clearly the surrounding psycho-spiritual world. It is true that certain facts of human development entail such self-knowledge as must naturally be acquired when one enters higher worlds. In the ordinary world of the physical senses, man develops his ego, his self-consciousness, and this ego then acts as a point of attraction for all that appertains to man. All personal propensities, sympathies, antipathies, passions, opinions, etc., possessed by a person, group themselves, as it were, around this ego, and it is this ego, likewise, to which human karma is attached. Were we able to see this ego unveiled, it would also be possible to see just what blows of fate it must yet endure in this and future incarnations as a result of its life in previous incarnations and the qualities acquired. Encumbered as it is with all this, the ego must be the first picture that presents itself to the human soul when ascending into the psycho-spiritual world. This double of the human being, in accordance with a law of the spiritual world, is bound to be his first impression in that world. It is easy to explain this fundamental law to ourselves if we consider the following. In the life of the physical senses, man is cognizant of himself only so far as he is inwardly conscious of himself in his thinking, feeling, and willing. This cognition is an inner one. It does not present itself to him externally, as do stones, plants, and animals. But even through inner experiences, man learns to know himself only partially, for he has within him something that prevents deep self-knowledge, namely the impulse to immediately transform this quality when through self-cognition he is forced to admit its presence and concerning which he is unwilling to deceive himself. If he did not yield to this impulse, but simply turned his attention away from himself, remaining as he is, he would naturally deprive himself of even the possibility of knowing himself in regard to that particular matter. Yet, should he explore himself, facing his characteristics without self-deception, he would either be able to improve them, or in his present condition of life, he would be unable to do so. In the latter case, a feeling would steal over his soul, which we must designate a feeling of shame. Indeed, this is the way in which man's sound nature acts. It experiences through self-knowledge various feelings of shame. Even in ordinary life, this feeling has a certain definite effect. A healthy-minded person will take care that that which fills him with this feeling does not express itself outwardly or manifest itself in deeds. Thus, the sense of shame is a force urging man to conceal something within himself, not allowing it to be outwardly apparent. If we consider this well, we shall find it possible to understand why occult science should ascribe more far-reaching effects to another inner experience of the soul very closely allied to this feeling of shame. Occult science finds that within the hidden depths of the soul, a kind of secret feeling of shame exists, of which man in his life of the physical senses is unaware. Yet, this secret feeling acts much in the same way as the conscious feeling of shame of ordinary life to which we have alluded. It prevents man's inmost being from confronting him in a recognizable image or double. Were this feeling not present, man would see himself as he is in very truth. Not only would he experience his thoughts, ideas, feelings, and decisions inwardly, but he would perceive these as he now perceives stones, animals, and plants. This feeling, therefore, is that which veils man from himself and at the same time hides from him the entire spiritual world. For owing to this veiling of man's inner self, he becomes unable to perceive those things by means of which he is to develop organs for penetrating into the psycho-spiritual world. He becomes unable to so transform his own being as to render it capable of obtaining spiritual organs of perception. If man aims, however, to form these organs of perception through correct training, that which he himself really is appears before him as the first impression. He perceives his double. This self-recognition is inseparable from perception of the rest of the psycho-spiritual world. In the everyday life of the physical world, the feeling of shame here described acts in such a manner as to be perpetually closing the door which leads into the psycho-spiritual world. If man would take but a single step in order to penetrate into that world, this instantly appearing but unconscious feeling of shame conceals that portion of the psycho-spiritual world which would reveal itself. The exercises here described do, however, unlock this world. And it so happens that the above-mentioned hidden feeling acts as a great benefactor to man. For all that we may have gained, apart from occult training in the matter of judgment, feeling, and character, is insufficient to support us when confronted by our own being in its true form. Its apparition would rob us of all feeling of selfhood, self-reliance, and self-consciousness. And that this may not happen, provision must be made for cultivating sound judgment, good feeling, and character, along with the exercises given for the attainment of higher knowledge. A correct method of tuition teaches the student as much of occult science as will, in combination with the many means provided for self-knowledge and self-observation, enable him to meet his double with assured strength. It will then appear to the student that he sees, in another form, a picture of the imaginative world with which he has already become acquainted in the physical world. Anyone who has first learned in the physical world, by means of his understanding, to apprehend rightly the law of karma, is not likely to be greatly frightened when he sees his fate traced upon the image of his double. Anyone who, by means of his own powers of judgment, has made himself acquainted with the evolution of the universe and the development of the human race, and who is aware that at a particular epoch of this development the powers of Lucifer penetrated into the human soul, will have little difficulty in enduring the sight of the image of his own individuality when he knows that it includes those Luciferian powers and all their accumulated effects. This will suffice to show how necessary it is that no one should demand admission into the spiritual world before having learned to understand certain truths concerning it, learning them by means of his own judgment as developed in this world of the physical senses. All that has been said in this book previous to the chapter concerning perception of the higher worlds should have been assimilated by the student in the course of his regular development by means of his ordinary judgment before he has any desire to seek entrance himself into the supersensible worlds. Where the training has been such as to pay little heed to firmness and surety of judgment and to the life of feeling and character, it may happen that the student will approach the higher world before being possessed of the necessary inner capacities. The meeting with his double would in this case overwhelm him. But what might also happen is that the person introduced into the supersensible world then would be totally unable to recognize this world in its true form, for it would be impossible for him to differentiate between what he sees in the things and what they really are. For this distinction becomes possible only when a person himself has beheld the image of his own being and becomes able to separate from his surroundings everything which proceeds from his inner being. In respect to life in the world of physical sense, man's double becomes at once visible through the already mentioned feeling of shame when man nears the psycho-spiritual world, and in so doing, it also conceals the whole of that world. The double stands before the entrance as a guardian, denying admission to all who are as yet unfit, and it is therefore designated in occult science as the guardian of the threshold of the psycho-spiritual world. However, we may call it the lesser guardian, for there is another of whom we shall speak later. And besides this meeting with his double on entering the supersensible world as here described, man encounters the guardian of the threshold when he passes the portals of physical death, and it gradually reveals itself during that psycho-spiritual development which takes place between death and a new birth. However, the encounter can in no wise crush us, for we then know of other worlds of which we are ignorant during the life between birth and death. A person entering the psycho-spiritual world without having encountered the guardian of the threshold would be liable to fall a prey to one delusion after another, for he would never be able to distinguish between that which he himself brings into that world and what really belongs to it. But correct training should lead the student into the domain of truth, not of error, and with such training the meeting must, at one time or another, inevitably take place, for it is the one indispensable precaution against the possibilities of deception and phantasm in the observation of supersensible worlds. It is one of the most indispensable precautions to be taken by every occult student to work carefully upon himself in order not to become a visionary, subject to every possible deception and self-deception, suggestion and autosuggestion. Wherever correct occult training is followed, the causes of such deceptions are destroyed at their source. It would, of course, be impossible to speak here exhaustively of the many details to be included in such precautions, and we can only indicate in general the underlying principles. The illusions to be taken into account arise from two sources. In part, they proceed from the fact that our own soul being colors reality. In the ordinary life of the physical sense world, The danger arising from this source of deception is comparatively small, because here the outer world always obtrudes itself upon the observer in its own sharp outline, no matter how much the observer is inclined to color it according to his wishes and interests. As soon, however, as we enter the imaginative world, the images are changed by such wishes and interests, and we then have actually before us that which we ourselves have formed, or at any rate helped to form. Now, since through this meeting with the guardian of the threshold, the occult student becomes aware of everything within him, of that which he can take with him into the psychospiritual world, this source of delusion is removed, and the preparation which the occult student undergoes prior to his entering that world is in itself calculated to accustom him to exclude himself, even in matters appertaining to the physical world, when making his observations, thus allowing things and occurrences to speak for themselves. Anyone who has sufficiently practiced these preparatory exercises may await this meeting with the guardian of the threshold in all tranquility. By this meeting, he will be definitely tested whether he is now really capable of putting aside his own being even when confronting the psycho-spiritual world. In addition to this, there is another source of delusion. This becomes apparent when we place the wrong interpretation upon an impression we receive. We may illustrate it by means of a very simple example taken from the world of the physical senses. It is the delusion we may encounter when sitting in a railway carriage. We think the trees are moving in the reverse direction to the train, whereas in fact we ourselves are moving with the train. Although there are many cases in which such illusions occurring in the physical world are more difficult to correct than the simple one we have mentioned, yet it is easy to see that, even within that world, means may be found for getting rid of those delusions if a person of sound judgment brings everything to bear upon the matter which may help to clear it up. But as soon as we penetrate into the psycho-spiritual world, such elucidations become less easy. In the world of sense, facts are not altered by human delusions about them. It is therefore possible to correct a delusion by unprejudiced observation of facts. But in the supersensible world, this is not immediately possible. If we desire to study a supersensible occurrence and approach it with the wrong judgment, we then carry that wrong judgment over into the thing itself, and it becomes so interwoven with the thing that the two cannot be easily distinguished. The error then is not in the person and the correct fact external to him, but the error will have become a component part of the external fact. It cannot therefore be cleared up simply by unprejudiced observation of the fact. This is enough to indicate an extremely fertile source of illusion and deception for one who would venture to approach the supersensible world without adequate preparation. As the occult student has now acquired the faculty to exclude those illusions originating from the coloring of the supersensible world phenomena with his own being, so must he now acquire the faculty of making ineffective the second source of illusions mentioned above. Only after the meeting with his double can he eliminate what comes from himself, and thus he will be able to remove the second source of delusion when he has acquired the faculty for judging by the very nature of a fact seen in the supersensible world, whether it is a reality or an illusion. Now, if the illusions were of precisely the same appearance as the realities, differentiation would be impossible. But this is not the case. Illusions of the supersensible world have in themselves qualities which distinguish themselves definitely from the realities, and the important thing is for the occult student to know by what qualities he may be able to recognize those realities. Nothing seems more natural than that those ignorant of occult training should say, "How, then, is it at all possible to guard against delusions, since their sources are so numerous?" And further, Can an occult student ever be safe from the possibility that all his so-called higher experiences may not turn out to be based on mere deception and self-deception, suggestion and autosuggestion? Anyone advancing these objections ignores the fact that all true occult training proceeds in such a manner as to remove those sources of delusion. In the first place, the occult student during his preparation will have become possessed of enough knowledge about all that which may lead to delusion and self-delusion that he will be in a position to protect himself against them. He has, in this respect, an opportunity like that of no other human being to render himself sober and capable of sound judgment for the journey of life. Everything he learns teaches him not to rely upon vague presentiments and premonitions. Training makes him as cautious as possible, and, in addition to this, all true training leads in the first place to concepts of the great cosmic events, to matters, therefore, which necessitate the exertion of the judgment, a process by which this faculty is at the same time rendered keener and more refined. But those who decline to occupy themselves with these remote subjects and prefer keeping the revelations nearer at hand might miss the strengthening of that sound power of judgment which gives certainty in distinguishing between illusion and reality. Yet even this is not the most important thing, but the exercises themselves carried out through a systematic course of occult training. These must be so arranged that the consciousness of the student is enabled during meditation to scan minutely all that passes within his soul. In order to bring about imagination, the first thing to be done is to form a symbol. In this, there are still elements taken from external observation. It is not only man who participates in their content, he himself does not produce them. Therefore, he may deceive himself concerning them and assign their origin to wrong sources. But when the occult student proceeds to the exercises for inspiration, he drops this content from his consciousness and immerses himself only in the soul activity which formed the symbol. Even here, error is still possible. Education and study, etc., have induced a particular kind of soul activity in man. He is unable to know everything about the origin of this activity. Now, however, the occult student removes this, his own soul activity, from his consciousness. If, then, something remains, nothing adheres to it that cannot easily be reviewed. Nothing can intrude itself in respect to its entire content that cannot easily be judged. In his intuition, therefore, the occult student possesses something which shows him the pure, clear reality of the psycho-spiritual world. And if he applies this recognized test to all that meets his observation in the realm of psycho-spiritual realities, he will be well able to distinguish appearance from reality. He may also feel sure that the application of this law provides just as effectually against delusions in the spiritual world as does the knowledge in the physical world that an imaginary piece of red-hot iron cannot burn him. It is obvious that this test applies only to our experiences in the supersensible world, and not to communications made to us which we have to apprehend by means of our physical understanding and our healthy sense of truth. The occult student should exert himself to draw a distinct line of demarcation between the knowledge he acquires by the one means and by the other. He should be ready, on the one hand, to accept communications made to him regarding the higher worlds, and should seek to understand them by using his powers of judgment. When, however, he is confronted by an experience, which he may so name because it is due to personal observation, he will first carefully test the same to ascertain whether it possesses exactly those characteristics which he has learned to recognize by means of infallible intuition. The meeting with the guardian of the threshold being over, the occult student will have to face other new experiences, And the first thing that he will become aware of is the interconnection which exists between this guardian of the threshold and that soul power we have already characterized when describing the cleavage of personality as being the seventh power to resolve itself into an independent entity. This seventh entity is, indeed, in certain respects no other than the double or guardian of the threshold itself, and it lays a particular task upon the student. Namely, that which he is in his lower self and which now appears to him in the image, he must guide and lead by means of the newborn higher self. This will result in a sort of battle with his double, which will continually strive for the upper hand. Now, to establish the right relationship to it, to allow it to do nothing except what takes place under the influence of the newborn ego, this is what strengthens and fortifies man's forces. This matter of self-cognition is, in certain respects, different in the higher worlds from what it is in the physical sense world. For whereas in the latter, self-cognition is only an inner experience, the newly born self immediately presents itself as an outward psycho-spiritual apparition. We see our newborn self before us like another being, yet we cannot perceive it in its entirety, for, whatever the stage to which we may have climbed on our journey to the supersensible worlds, there will always be still higher stages which will enable us to perceive more and more of our higher self. It can therefore only partially reveal itself to the student at any particular stage. Having once caught a glimpse of this higher self, man feels a tremendous temptation to look upon it in the same manner in which he is accustomed to regard the things of the physical sense world. And yet, this temptation is salutary. It is indeed necessary if man's development is to proceed in the right manner. The student must here note what it is that appears as his double, as the guardian of the threshold, and place it by the side of the higher self in order that he may rightly observe the disparity between what he is and what he is to become. But while thus engaged in observation, he will find that the guardian of the threshold will assume quite a different aspect, for it will now reveal itself as a picture of all the obstacles which oppose the development of the higher ego, and he then becomes aware of what a load he drags about with him in his ordinary ego. And should the student's preparation not have rendered him strong enough to be able to say, "I will not remain at this point, but will persistently work my way upward toward the higher ego," he will grow weak and will shrink back dismayed before the labor that lies before him. He has plunged into the psycho-spiritual world, but gives up working his way farther and becomes a captive to that image which, as the guardian of the threshold, now confronts the soul. And the remarkable thing here is that the person so situated will have no feeling of being a captive. He will, on the contrary, think he is going through quite a different experience, for the image called forth by the guardian of the threshold may be such as to awaken in the soul of the observer the impression that in the pictures which appear at this stage of development, he has before him the whole universe in its entirety, the impression of having attained to the summit of all knowledge, and of there being, therefore, nothing left to strive after. Therefore, instead of feeling himself a captive, the student would believe himself rich beyond all measure and in possession of all the secrets of the universe. Nor need this experience fill one with surprise, though it is the reverse of the facts, for we must remember that by the time these experiences are felt, we are already standing within the psycho-spiritual world, and that the special peculiarity of this world is that it reverses events, a fact which has already been alluded to in our consideration of life after death. The image seen by the occult student at this stage of development shows him a different aspect from that in which the guardian of the threshold first revealed itself. In the double first mentioned were to be seen all those qualities which, as the result of the influence of Lucifer, are possessed by man's ordinary ego. But in the course of human development, another power has, in consequence of Lucifer's influence, also been drawn into the human soul. This is known as the force of Ahriman. It is this force that, during his physical existence, prevents man from becoming aware of those psycho-spiritual beings which lie behind the surface of the external world. All that man's soul has become under the influence of this force may be discerned in the image revealing itself during the experience just described. Those who have been sufficiently prepared for this experience will, when thus confronted, be able to assign to it its true meaning, and then another form will soon become visible, one which we may describe as the greater guardian of the threshold. This one will tell the student not to rest content with the stage to which he has attained, but to work on energetically. It will call forth in him the consciousness that the world he has conquered will only become a truth and not an illusion if the work thus begun be continued in a corresponding manner. Those, however, who have gone through incorrect occult training and would approach this meeting unprepared would then experience something in their souls when they come to the greater guardian of the threshold, which can only be described as a feeling of inexpressible fright, of boundless fear. Just as the meeting with the lesser guardian gives the occult student the opportunity of judging whether or not he is proof against illusions such as might arise through interweaving his own personality with the supersensible world, so too must he be able to prove from the experiences which finally lead to the greater guardian whether he is able to withstand those illusions which are to be traced to the second source mentioned farther back in this chapter. Should he be proof against the powerful illusion by which the world of images to which he has attained is falsely displayed to him as a rich possession when actually he's only a captive, then he is guarded also against the danger of mistaking appearance for reality during the further course of his development. To a certain degree, the guardian of the threshold will assume a different form in the case of each individual. The meeting with him corresponds exactly to the way in which the personal element in supersensible observations is overcome, and therefore the possibility exists of entering a realm of experience which is free from any tinge of personality and is open to every human being. When the occult student has passed through the above experiences, he will be capable of distinguishing in the psycho-spiritual world between what he himself is and what is outside of him, and he will then recognize why an understanding of the cosmic occurrences narrated in this book is necessary to man's understanding of humanity itself and its life process. In fact, we can understand the physical body only when we recognize the manner in which it has been built up through the developments undergone in the Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth periods, and we understand the etheric body when we follow its evolution through the Sun, Moon, and Earth stages of evolution. We further comprehend what is bound up with our Earth development at present if we can grasp how all things proceed by the process of gradual evolution. Occult training places us in a position to recognize the connection between everything that is within man and the corresponding facts and beings existing in the world external to him. For it is a fact that each principle of man stands in some connection with the rest of the world. The outlines of these subjects could only briefly be sketched in this book. It must, however, be borne in mind that the physical body had, at the time of the Saturn development, for instance, no more than its rudimentary beginnings. Its organs, such as the heart, lungs, and brain, developed later during the Sun, Moon, and Earth periods, for which reason heart, lungs, and brain are related to the evolutionary process of Sun, Moon, and Earth. It is the same with the members of the etheric body, the sentient body, and the sentient soul. Man is the outcome of the entire world surrounding him, and every part of his constitution corresponds to some event, to some being in the external world. At a certain stage of his development, the occult student comes to a realization of this relation of his own being to the great cosmos. And this stage of development may, in the occult sense, be termed a becoming aware of the relationship of the little world, the microcosm, that is, man himself, to the great world, the macrocosm. And when the occult student has struggled through to such cognition, he may then go through a new experience. He begins to feel himself united, as it were, with the entire cosmic structure, although he remains fully conscious of his own independence. This sensation is emerging into the whole world, a becoming at one with it, yet without losing one's own individual identity. Occult science describes this stage as the becoming one with the macrocosm. It is important that this union should not be imagined as one in which separate consciousness ceases and in which the human being flowers forth into the universe, for such a thought would only be the expression of an opinion resulting from untutored reasoning. Following this stage of development, something takes place that in occult science is described as beatitude. It is neither possible nor necessary that this stage be more closely described, for no human words have the power to picture this experience, and it may rightly be said that any conception of this state could be acquired only by means of such thought power as would no longer be dependent upon the instrument of the human brain. The separate stages of higher knowledge, according to the methods of initiation that have been here described, may be enumerated as follows. 1. The study of occult science, in the course of which we first of all make use of the reasoning powers we have acquired in the world of the physical senses. 2. Attainment of imaginative cognition. 3. Reading the secret script, which corresponds to inspiration. 4. Working with the philosopher's stone, corresponding to intuition. 5. Cognition of the relationship between the microcosm and the macrocosm. 6. Being one with the macrocosm. And 7. Beatitude. These stages, however, need not necessarily be thought of as following one another consecutively, for in the course of training, the occult student, according to his own individuality, may have attained a preceding stage only to a certain degree when he has already begun to practice exercises corresponding to the next higher stage. For instance, it may be that when he has gained only a few reliable imaginative pictures, he will already be doing exercises which lead him on to draw inspiration, intuition, or cognition of the relationship between microcosm and macrocosm into the sphere of his own experiences. When the occult student has experienced intuition, he comes to know not only the forms of the psycho-spiritual world. Not only can he recognize their interrelationship through the secret script, but he attains a cognition of these beings themselves through whose cooperation the world to which he belongs comes into being. Thus, he learns to know himself in the true form which he possesses as a spiritual being in the psycho-spiritual world. He has struggled through to the higher ego, and has learned how he must continue the work in order that he may master his double, the guardian of the threshold. But he has also met the greater guardian of the threshold, who stands before him perpetually urging him to further labors. It is this greater guardian of the threshold who now becomes the ideal he must strive to resemble, And when the student has acquired this feeling, he will have risen to that important stage of development in which he will be in a position to recognize who it is that is really standing before him as that greater guardian. For henceforth, in the student's consciousness, the guardian is gradually transformed into the figure of the Christ, whose being and intervention in the evolution of the earth have been dealt with in a foregoing chapter. Thus, the student, through his intuition, will have become initiated into that sublime mystery which is linked with the name of Christ. The Christ reveals himself to him as the great ideal of humanity on earth. When in this manner, through intuition, the Christ has been recognized in the spiritual world, then we can also understand those events that took place historically upon earth during the fourth post-Atlantean period, that is, the Greco-Roman time, and how at that time the great sun spirit, the Christ being, intervened in the world's development, and how he still continues to guide its evolution. These are matters the student will then know by personal experience. Therefore, it is through intuition that the meaning and significance of the Earth's evolution are disclosed to the occult student. The path leading to cognition of the supersensible worlds as above indicated is one which all men may travel, whatever their position under the present conditions of life may be. And in speaking of such a path, it must be borne in mind that, while the goal of cognition and truth is the same at all times of the Earth's development, yet the starting point for man has varied considerably at different periods. For instance, the man of the present day who wishes to find his way into supersensible worlds cannot start from the same point as the Egyptian candidate for initiation of old. This is why it is impossible for modern humanity to apply, without modification, the exercises given to the candidate for initiation in ancient Egypt. For since those times, men's souls have passed through different incarnations, and this passing onward from incarnation to incarnation is not without significance and importance. The capacities and qualities of souls change from one incarnation to another. Those who have studied human history only superficially can note that since the 12th and 13th centuries, all life conditions have changed, and that opinions, feelings, and even human capabilities have become different from what they were before that time. The path here described for the acquirement of higher knowledge is one which is suitable for souls incarnating in the immediate present. It fixes the starting point of spiritual development just where the man of the present day stands, in whatever conditions of life he may be placed. From epoch to epoch, progressive evolution leads humanity, in respect to the path of higher cognition, to ever-changing modes, just as outer life likewise changes its form. For at all times it is necessary that perfect harmony should reign between external life and initiation. It will be pointed out in the next chapter of this book what changes initiation, which in the ancient mysteries lead into the higher worlds, must undergo in order to become modern initiation for the attainment of supersensible cognition in its present form. Chapter 6. The Present and Future Evolution of the World and of Humanity. It is impossible to know anything in the occult sense of the present and future of human or planetary evolution without understanding that evolution in the past. For that which presents itself to the occult student's observation when he watches the hidden events of the past contains at the same time everything that he can learn of the present and future. In this book, we have spoken of the Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth evolutions. We cannot follow the evolution of the Earth, as the occultist understands it, unless we understand the events of preceding evolutionary periods. For what meets us today, within the bounds of our earthly globe, comprises, in a certain sense, the facts of the evolution of the Moon, Sun, and Saturn. The beings and things that took part in the evolution of the Moon have gone on developing, and all that now belongs to the Earth is the outcome of that development. But not all that has evolved from the Moon to the Earth is perceptible to physical sense consciousness. A part of what came over to us from the Moon evolution is revealed only at a certain stage of clairvoyant consciousness, at which knowledge of supersensible worlds is reached. When this knowledge is gained, the fact that our earthly planet is united to a supersensible world is recognized. The latter includes that part of lunar existence which is not sufficiently densified to be observed by the physical senses. In the first place, it does not include it as it was at the time of the evolution of the original Moon. If this clairvoyant consciousness occupies itself with the perception of these things, which it can have at present, this latter gradually separates into two images. One presents the shape borne by the Earth during the lunar evolution. The other shows itself in such a way that we recognize as its content a form as yet in the germinal stage which will become a reality, in the sense in which the Earth is now a reality, but only in the future. On further observation, it is seen that the results, in a certain sense, of that which is taking place on the Earth are continually streaming into that future form, so that in it we have before us that which our Earth will ultimately become. The effects of earthly existence will unite with the events in the world described, and out of this the new cosmos will arise, into which the Earth will be transformed as the Moon was transformed into the Earth. This future form is called, in occult science, the Jupiter condition. The clairvoyant observer of this Jupiter state sees the revelation of certain events which must take place in the future. The reason for this is that in the supersensible part of the Earth, which had its origin in the Moon, beings and things are present which will assume definite form when certain events have actually happened in the physical world. Therefore, there will be something in the Jupiter condition which was already predetermined by the Moon evolution, and it will contain new factors which can come into the whole evolution only in consequence of terrestrial events. In this way, clairvoyant consciousness is able to learn something of what will happen during the Jupiter state. The beings and facts observed in this field of consciousness have not the nature of sense images. They do not even appear as fine air structures from which effects might proceed which resemble sense impressions. They give purely spiritual impressions of sound, light, and heat. These are not expressed through any material embodiments. They can be apprehended only by clairvoyant consciousness. One may say, however, that these beings, which at present manifest on the psycho-spiritual plane, possess a body. This body, however, appears like a sum of condensed memories which they carry within their souls. One can distinguish within their being what they are now experiencing and what they have experienced and now remember. This last is contained within them like a bodily element. They are conscious of it in the same way that an earthly human being is conscious of his body. At a stage of clairvoyant development higher than that just described as necessary for a knowledge of the Moon and Jupiter, the student is able to perceive supersensible beings and things which are, in fact, the more highly developed forms of those present during the Sun condition, but which have now reached stages of existence so lofty as to be quite imperceptible to a consciousness capable of observing the Moon forms only. During meditation, the picture of this world also divides in two. The one leads to a knowledge of the Sun state of the past. The other represents a future form of the Earth existence, namely that into which the Earth will have been transformed when the fruits of all that takes place on it and Jupiter have merged into the forms of that future world. What can thus be observed of this future world may be characterized in occult phraseology as the Venus condition. In a similar manner, to a still more highly evolved clairvoyant consciousness, a future state of evolution is revealed, which we may call the Vulcan state. It stands in the same relationship to the Saturn state as the Venus condition does to that of the Sun, or the Jupiter state to the evolution of the Moon. Therefore, when we contemplate the past, present, and future of the Earth's evolution, we may speak of the Saturn, Sun, Moon, Earth, Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan evolutions. Just as these far-reaching conditions of the evolution of our Earth lie disclosed to clairvoyant vision, the same vision is also able to cover the nearer future. There is a picture of the future corresponding to every picture of the past. In speaking of such things, however, one fact must be emphasized which should be taken into strict account: that in order to recognize facts of this kind, one must absolutely do away with the idea that they can be fathomed through mere philosophical reflection. These things cannot and never should be investigated by that kind of thinking. Anyone would be laboring under a prodigious delusion who, after becoming acquainted with the teachings of occult science regarding the moon state, thinks that he could discover the future conditions of Jupiter by comparing those of the Moon and Earth. These conditions must be investigated only when the requisite clairvoyant consciousness has been attained. But once communicated to others after such investigation, they can be understood without clairvoyant consciousness. Now, the occultist finds himself in quite a different position with regard to observations concerning the future from that in which he stands with regard to those of the past. It is impossible at first for man to contemplate future events as impartially as he does those of the past. Future events excite human will and feeling, while the past affects us in quite a different way. He who observes life knows how true this is of everyday existence. But how enormously this truth is enhanced, and what an intimate bearing it has upon the hidden facts of life, can only be realized by one who has some knowledge of the supersensible world. That is the reason why those who know such things are very definitely limited as to what they are allowed to give out. Certain things bearing on the future can, in fact, be imparted only to those who have themselves determined to follow the path leading to the supersensible worlds. Such people, by their mental attitude, have acquired something which gives them the disinterestedness necessary for the reception of these teachings. For this reason, certain secret facts, even of the past and present, can be spoken of only to those who are prepared for them in this way. These are facts so closely connected with future evolution that their effect on the human soul is similar to that produced by communications regarding the future itself. This explains also why the information in this book concerning the present and the future is given in the merest outline as compared with the more detailed descriptions of the evolution of the world and of humanity in the past. What is said here is not intended to appeal to the love of sensation in the smallest degree, not even to awaken it. We shall only state where the answer can be found to vital questions which naturally present themselves to one who holds a certain definite attitude of mind. Just as the great cosmic evolution can be portrayed in the successive states, from the Saturn to the Vulcan period, so also is this possible for shorter periods of time. For example, for those of the evolution of the Earth. Since that mighty upheaval which terminated the ancient Atlantean life, successive periods of human evolution have followed one another, which have been called in this work the ancient Indian, the ancient Persian, the Egypto-Chaldean, and the Greco-Roman. The fifth period is that in which humanity finds itself today. It is the present time. This period gradually took its rise in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries AD, after a period of preparation commencing in the 4th and 5th centuries. The Greco-Roman period preceding it began about the 8th century BC. When 1/3 of this period had elapsed, the Christ event took place. During the transition from the Egypto-Chaldean to the Greco-Roman period, the attitude of the human mind, and, indeed, all human faculties, underwent a change. In the first of these two periods, what we now know as logical thinking, as a mere intellectual concept of the world, was still wanting. The knowledge which a man now acquires through his intelligence, he then gained in a manner suited to that time, directly through an inner, in a certain sense, clairvoyant cognition. He perceived the things around him, and while perceiving them, there arose within his soul the percept, the image that was needed. Whenever knowledge is gained in this way, not only pictures of the physical sense world come to light, but from the depths of consciousness a certain knowledge of facts and beings arises which are not of the physical world. This was a remnant of the ancient dim clairvoyance, once the common property of the whole of humanity. During the Greco-Roman period, an ever-increasing number of individuals appeared without these capacities. Intellectual reflection concerning things took their place. Mankind was more and more shut off from the immediate perception of the psycho-spiritual world, and was more and more restricted to forming a picture of it through intelligence and feeling. This condition lasted more or less during the whole of the fourth division of the post-Atlantean period. Only those individuals who had preserved the old mental state as an inheritance could still become directly conscious of the spiritual world. But these were stragglers from an earlier time. Their manner of gaining knowledge was no longer suitable for later conditions. For, as a consequence of the laws of evolution, old faculties of the soul lose something of their former significance when new faculties appear. Human life then adapts itself to these new faculties and can no longer use the old ones properly. There were individuals, however, who began in full consciousness to add to the powers of intelligence and feeling already gained the development of other and higher powers, which made it possible for them once more to penetrate into the psycho-spiritual world. To this end, they were obliged to set to work in a different way from that in which the pupils of the old initiates had been trained. The latter had not been obliged to take into account those faculties of the soul which were developed only in the fourth period. The method of occult training which has been described in this work as that of the present age began in its first rudiments in the fourth period. But it was then only in its beginning. It could not attain real maturity until the fifth period, from the 12th and 13th centuries onward. Those who sought to rise into supersensible worlds in this manner could learn something of the higher regions of existence through the exercise of their own imagination, inspiration, and intuition. Those who went no further than the development of the faculties of reason and feeling could learn only through tradition what had been known to ancient clairvoyants. This was handed on, either by word of mouth or in writing, from generation to generation. Neither could those born later know anything of the real nature of the Christ event save by such traditions if they did not rise to the level of the supersensible worlds. Certainly, there were such initiates who still possessed the natural faculties of supersensible perception, and yet who, through their development, had ascended into the higher worlds in spite of their disregard of the new powers of intelligence and feeling. Through them, a transition was effected from the old method of initiation to the new. Such persons lived in later times as well. The essential characteristic of the fourth period is that, by the exclusion of the soul from direct communion with the psycho-spiritual world, the human faculties of intelligence and feeling were thereby strengthened and invigorated. The souls whose powers of intelligence and feeling had at that time developed to a great extent as the result of former incarnations carried over with them the fruits of this development into their incarnations during the fifth period. As a compensation for this exclusion from the higher worlds, mighty traditions of ancient wisdom then existed, especially those of the Christ event, which, by the power of their content, gave men confident knowledge of the higher worlds. But there were still certain human beings existing who had evolved the higher powers of cognition in addition to the faculties of reason and feeling. It devolved upon them to learn the facts of the higher worlds, and especially of the mystery of the Christ event, by direct supersensible perception. From these individuals, there always flowed into the souls of other men as much as was intelligible and good for them. The first spreading of Christianity was to take place just at a time when the capacities for supersensible cognition were undeveloped in a great part of humanity. And this is why tradition at that time possessed such mighty power. The strongest possible force was necessary to lead mankind to a faith in a supersensible world which they themselves could not perceive. How Christianity worked during that period has been shown in previous pages. There were always those, however, who were able to rise into the higher worlds through imagination, inspiration, and intuition. These men were the post-Christian successors of the old initiates, the teachers and members of the mysteries. Their task was to recognize again, through their own faculties, what man had been able to perceive through ancient clairvoyance and through the methods of ascent into higher worlds taught in the old initiations. And in addition to this, to acquire the knowledge of the real nature of the Christ event. Thus, there arose, among these new initiates, a knowledge embracing everything contained in the old form of initiation. But the central point of this teaching was the higher knowledge concerning the mysteries of the coming of the Christ. Such teaching could only filter through into the general life of the world in scanty measure while the human souls of the fourth period were further developing the faculties of intellect and feeling. Therefore, while this lasted, the doctrine was in truth secret. Then began the dawn of the new period designated as the fifth. Its essential characteristic lay in the progress made in the evolution of the intellectual faculties, which were then developed to a very high degree and will unfold still further in the future. This process has been slowly going on from the 12th and 13th centuries, becoming ever more rapid from the 16th century up to the present time. Under these influences, the evolution of the fifth period became an ever-increasing endeavor to foster the powers of intellect, while, on the contrary, the knowledge by faith of former times and traditional wisdom gradually lost its hold over the human soul. On the other hand, however, from the 12th and 13th centuries on, there developed that which may be called an ever-increasing flow of cognition born of modern clairvoyant consciousness. This quote-unquote hidden knowledge flows, even though at first quite imperceptibly, into the human concepts of that period. It is only natural that even up to the present time, the purely intellectual forces should have maintained an antagonistic attitude toward this knowledge. But that which must come to pass will do so in spite of all temporary antagonism. That hidden knowledge, which is taking possession of humanity more and more, may be called, symbolically, the wisdom of the Holy Grail. For he who learns to understand this symbol in its deeper meaning, as it is told in story and legend, will find that it symbolizes the nature of what has been called above, the knowledge of the new initiation, with the Christ mystery as its central point. Modern initiates may therefore be called the initiates of the Grail. The preliminary stages of the path to the supersensible worlds described in this book leads to the wisdom of the Grail. It is a peculiarity of this wisdom that its facts can be investigated only when the necessary means, as described in this book, have been acquired. Once investigated, however, these facts can be understood by means of those very soul forces which are the result of the evolution of the fifth period. Indeed, it will become more and more evident that to an ever-increasing extent, those forces find satisfaction through this knowledge. We are now living at a time in which this knowledge must be absorbed by human consciousness in general to a much fuller extent than was formerly the case. And it is from this point of view that the teachings contained in this Christ event will grow ever more powerful in proportion as human evolution assimilates the wisdom of the Grail. The inner side of the development of Christianity will more and more keep pace with the exoteric side. That which may be learned through imagination, inspiration, and intuition concerning the higher worlds, in connection with the Christ mystery, will penetrate ever more and more human thinking, feeling, and willing. The hidden wisdom of the Grail will be revealed, and as an inner force will more and more permeate the manifestations of human life. Through the whole of the fifth period, knowledge concerning the supersensible world will flow into human consciousness, and when the sixth period begins, humanity will be able to regain on a higher level that clairvoyance which it possessed at an earlier epoch in a dim and indistinct manner. Yet the new acquisition will take a form quite different from the old. What the soul knew of higher worlds in ancient times was not permeated by its own forces of intellect and feeling. Its knowledge was instinctive. In the future, it will not only have instincts, but it will understand them and feel them to be the essence of its own nature. When the soul learns a fact concerning some other being or thing, its intellect will find this fact verified through its own nature. Or when some fact regarding an ethical law or human conduct presents itself, the soul will say to itself, "My feeling is only justified when I carry out what is implied in this knowledge." Such a condition of soul will have to be developed by a large part of humanity in the sixth period. In a certain manner, that which human evolution accomplished during the third period, the Egypto-Chaldean, is repeated in the fifth. At that time, the soul could still perceive certain facts of the supersensible worlds, but this perception was disappearing. For the intellectual faculties were at that time beginning to develop, and it was their mission to at first exclude man from the higher worlds. In the fifth period, supersensible facts which in the third period were perceived in hazy clairvoyance are again becoming manifest. But they are now interpenetrated by the intellectual and emotional life of the individual man. They are also imbued with what may be imparted to the soul by a knowledge of the Christ mystery. Therefore, they assume a form totally different from that which they had previously. Whereas in ancient times, impressions from the higher worlds were felt as forces acting from out of a spiritual world to which man did not properly belong, through development in later times, these impressions are felt as those of a world into which man is growing, of which he more and more forms a part. Let no one suppose that a repetition of the Egypto-Chaldean civilization can take place in such a way that the soul would merely regain what then existed, and which has been handed on from that time. The Christ impulse, rightly understood, impels the human soul which has experienced it to feel and conduct itself as a member of a spiritual world, now recognizing it as a world to which it belongs, outside of which it previously existed. In the same way that the third reappears in the fifth period, in order to become penetrated with those new qualities which the human soul gained during the fourth, so similarly the second period will revive within the sixth, and the first, the ancient Indian, during the seventh. All the marvelous wisdom of ancient India, which the great teachers of that day were able to proclaim, will reappear in the seventh period as living truth in human souls. Now, the changes in the earthly environment of man take place in a manner which bears a certain relationship to his own evolution. When the seventh period has run its course, the earth will experience an upheaval which may be compared with the one which separated Atlantean from post-Atlantean times. And the transformed earth will again continue its evolution in 7 divisions of time. The human souls which will then incarnate will experience, on a more exalted level, the kinship with the higher worlds which was possessed by the Atlanteans at a lower stage. But only those individuals will be able to cope with the new conditions of the earth who have built into their souls the qualities made possible by the influences of the Greco-Roman age and of the periods following it, the 5th, 6th, and 7th of the post-Atlantean evolution. The inner nature of such souls will correspond to that which the earth has become by that time. All other souls must then remain behind, although up to that point they had been able to choose whether or not they would create for themselves the conditions necessary to advance with the others. Those souls alone will be ripe for the conditions arising after the next great catastrophe, who at the point of transition from the 5th to the 6th post-Atlantean period have attained the capacity for penetrating supersensible cognition with the forces of intelligence and feeling. The 5th and 6th are in a way the decisive periods. Those souls which have attained the goal of the 6th period will continue to develop accordingly in the 7th, but the others will, under the altered conditions of their surroundings, find but little opportunity to proceed with their neglected task. Only in a distant future will conditions again appear which will permit of this being done. Thus, evolution proceeds from period to period. Clairvoyance observes not only those changes in the future in which the earth alone takes part, but those also which take place in conjunction with the heavenly bodies in its environment. A time will come in which the terrestrial and human evolution will be advanced so far that those forces and beings which were compelled to detach themselves from the earth during the Lemurian period, so as to afford to earth beings the possibility of further progress, will be able once more to unite with the earth. Then the moon will again be united with the earth. This will happen because a sufficiently large number of human souls will then possess the inner powers which will enable them to render the moon forces fruitful for further development. And this will occur at a time when, side by side with the high development of a certain number of human souls, another development, that of those who have chosen the path of evil, will parallel it. These straggler souls will have accumulated in their karma so much sin, ugliness, and evil that at first they will form a separate community, a perverse and erring section of humanity, keenly opposing what we understand as good. The good humanity will acquire little by little the power of using the moon forces, and will thereby so transform the evil section as to enable it to keep pace with the advance of evolution as a separate earth kingdom. Through these labors of the good part of humanity, the earth, then reunited with the moon, will be able, after a certain period of development, to again unite with the sun and also with the other planets. After an intermediate state, which will be a sojourn in a higher world, the earth will be transformed into the Jupiter condition. That which we now call the mineral kingdom will not exist on Jupiter. The forces of this mineral kingdom will be transformed into plant forces and the plant kingdom, which will have quite a new form compared with its present one, will appear in the Jupiter state as the lowest of the kingdoms, while above it we find the animal kingdom, likewise transformed. Next comes a human kingdom, the descendants of the evil earth humanity. And then will appear the descendants of the good earth humanity, as a human kingdom on a higher level. A great part of the work of this last human kingdom consists in ennobling the souls which have sunk into the evil community, so that they may still gain admittance into the true human kingdom. The Venus condition will be of such a nature that the plant kingdom will have disappeared also. The lowest kingdom will be the animal kingdom once more transformed, and above that there will be 3 successive human kingdoms of different degrees of perfection. The earth will remain united with the sun during the Venus period, while during that of Jupiter it will have happened that, at a certain point, the sun separates from Jupiter, the latter receiving its influence from outside. Then there is again a union between the Sun and Jupiter, the transformation gradually passing into the Venus state. During that state, another planet detaches itself from Venus, containing all kinds of beings which have opposed evolution, an irredeemable moon, as it were, following a path of evolution which is of a character impossible to describe because it is too unlike anything which man can experience on Earth. But evolved humanity will pass on in a fully spiritualized state of existence to the Vulcan evolution, a description of which lies beyond the scope of this work. We see that from the fruits of the wisdom of the Grail springs the highest ideal of human evolution conceivable for man. We see that from the fruits of the wisdom of the Grail springs the highest ideal of human evolution conceivable for man, spiritualization attained by him through his own efforts. For in the end, this spiritualization appears as a product of the harmony which he wrought out in the 5th and 6th periods of the present evolution between the faculties of reason and emotion which he had then attained and cognition of supersensible worlds. That which he thus achieves within his soul will finally become in itself the outer world. The human spirit rises to the mighty impressions of its outer world and at first divines, later recognizes spiritual beings behind these impressions. The human heart senses the unspeakable exaltedness of the spirit. Man can, however, also recognize that his inner experiences of intellect, feeling, and character are but the germs of a nascent spirit world. He who thinks that human liberty is not compatible with a foreknowledge and predestination of future conditions ought to consider that man's freedom of action in the future depends just as little on the arrangement of predestined things as does his liberty of action with regard to inhabiting a house a year hence on the plans for which he is now settling. He will be as free as his innermost being will permit within the house he has built, and he will be as free on Jupiter and on Venus as his inner life permits, even under the conditions which will arise there. Freedom will not depend on what has been predetermined by antecedent conditions, but on what the soul has made out of itself. In the earth condition is contained that which has developed within the preceding Saturn, Sun, and Moon states. Earthman finds wisdom in the processes going on around him. This wisdom is there as the fruit of what has happened in the past. The earth is the descendant of the old moon, and the latter developed with all that belonged to it into the cosmos of wisdom. The earth is now at the commencement of an evolution which will introduce a new force into this wisdom. It will cause man to feel himself an independent member of a spiritual world. This will come to pass because his ego will have been formed within him during the earth period by the lords of form, as was his physical body on Saturn by the lords of will, his vital body on the Sun by the lords of wisdom, and his astral body on the Moon by the lords of motion. By means of the cooperation of the lords of will, wisdom, and motion, that which manifests as wisdom is brought forth. Through the labors of these three classes of spirits, the beings and processes of earth can harmonize in wisdom with the other beings of their world. It is the lords of form who bestowed on man his independent ego. In the future, this ego will harmonize with the beings of Earth, Jupiter, Venus, and of Vulcan by means of the force added to the existing wisdom during the Earth period. It is the force of love. This force must begin to arise within Earth humanity and the cosmos of wisdom develop into a cosmos of love. Everything which the ego is able to unfold within itself must give birth to love. The all-embracing archetype of love is set forth in the revelation of that lofty sun spirit indicated in the description of the Christ mystery. Through him, the germ of love is planted in the innermost core of the human being. And from this starting point, it must flow through the whole of evolution. Just as the wisdom previously formed manifests in the forces of the earthly sense world, in the elementary forces of today, so love itself will manifest in the future in all phenomena as the new elementary force. The secret of all future development is a recognition that everything achieved by man from a right comprehension of evolution is a sowing of seed which must ripen into love. And the greater the amount of love force, so much the greater will be the creative force available for the future. In that which will grow from love will lie the mighty forces leading to that culminating point of spiritualization described above. The greater the amount of spiritual knowledge that flows into human and terrestrial evolution, so much more living and fruitful seed will be stored up for the future. Spiritual knowledge is transmuted through its own nature into love. The whole process which has been described, beginning with the Greco-Roman period and extending through the present time, shows how this transformation, for which the beginning has now been made for future times, is to take place and to what end. That which has been prepared as wisdom on Saturn, Sun, and Moon is active in the physical, etheric, and astral bodies of man. It shows itself there as the wisdom of the world, but within the ego it becomes intensified. The wisdom of the outer world becomes inner wisdom in man from the earth period onward, and when it is concentrated in him, it becomes the germ of love. Wisdom is the necessary preliminary condition for love. Love is the fruit of wisdom, reborn in the ego. This is Chapter 7. Details from the domain of occult science. When the higher principles of man are observed with clairvoyant vision, the mode of perception is never precisely the same as that which comes from the outer senses. If we touch an object and experience a sensation of warmth, we must distinguish between that which comes from the object, that which, as it were, streams out from it, and our own psychic experience. The inner psychic experience of perceiving warmth is something distinct from the heat which streams from the object. Now, let us imagine this psychic experience quite by itself without the outer object. Let us call up the experience of a sensation of heat in our soul without the presence of any external physical object to cause it. If such a sensation simply existed without cause, it would be mere fancy. The student of occult science experiences such inner perceptions without any physical cause. But at a certain stage of development, they present themselves in such a manner that he knows, it has been shown that by the very nature of that experience he can know, that the inner perception is not fancy, but is caused by a psycho-spiritual being belonging to a supersensible world, just as the ordinary sensation of heat, for example, is caused by an external physical sense object. It is the same with the perception of color in the supersensible world. Here we must distinguish between the color associated with the outer object and the inner color sensation in the soul. Let us call up the soul's inner sensation when it perceives a red object in the physical outer world of the senses. Let us imagine that we retain a very vivid recollection of the impression, but that we are looking away from the object. Let us imagine what we still retain as a memory picture of the color to be an inner experience. We shall then distinguish between that which is an inner experience of the color and the external color itself. These inner experiences differ entirely in their content from impressions of the outer senses. They bear much more the impress of what is felt as joy and sorrow than that of normal physical sensation. Now, let us imagine an inner experience of this kind arising in the soul without any suggestion from an outer sense object. A clairvoyant may have an experience of this kind, and may know too, in that case, that it is no fancy, but the expression of a psycho-spiritual being. Now, if this psycho-spiritual being excites the same impression as does a red object of the physical sense world, then that being is red. There will, however, always be the external impression first, and then the inner experience of color in the case of the physical sense object. In that of the genuine clairvoyance of a man of today, it must be the contrary. First, the inner experience, shadowy, like a mere recollection of color, and then a picture, growing more and more vivid. The less heed we pay to this necessary sequence of events, the less we are able to distinguish between actual spiritual perception and the delusions of fancy, that is, illusion, hallucination, etc. The vividness of the picture in a psycho-spiritual perception of this kind, whether it remains quite shadowy like a dim concept, or whether it impresses us as intensively as an outer object, depends altogether upon the clairvoyant's stage of development. Now, the general impression obtained by the clairvoyant of the etheric body may thus be described. When the clairvoyant has strengthened his willpower to such a degree that, in spite of the fact that an individual stands before him in a physical body, he can abstract his attention from what the physical eye sees, he is then able to see clairvoyantly into the space occupied by the man's physical body. Of course, a great increase of willpower is necessary in order to withdraw the attention not only from something in the mind, but from something standing before one in such a way that the physical impression is quite extinguished. But this increase of will is possible and is brought about by exercises for the attainment of supersensible cognition. The clairvoyant can then first have a general impression of the etheric body. Within his soul there arises the same inner sensation which he has, let us say, at the sight of a peach blossom. Then this becomes vivid, so that he is able to say that the etheric body has the color of peach blossoms. He next perceives the separate organs and currents of the etheric body. A further description of the etheric body may be given by relating the psychic experiences which correspond to sensations of heat or of sound impressions, etc., for this etheric body is not merely a color phenomenon. The astral body and the other principles of the human being may also be described in like manner. He who takes this into consideration will understand just how descriptions should be taken which are given by occult science. The astral world. As long as we observe the physical world only, the earth, as man's dwelling place, appears like a separate cosmic body. But when supersensible cognition rises to higher spheres, this separation ceases. Thus, one can say that the imagination, when beholding the earth, at the same time also perceives the moon condition as it has developed up to the present time. Now, that world which is entered in this way is one to which not only the supersensible part of Earth belongs, but is one in which also other cosmic bodies are embedded, which in a physical sense are entirely separate from the Earth. Therefore, the observer of supersensible worlds thus beholds not only the supersensible part of the Earth, but also the supersensible part of other cosmic beings. If one should be impelled to ask why clairvoyants do not describe the appearance of Mars, etc., he should bear in mind that it is primarily a question of observing supersensible conditions of other planetary bodies, whereas the questioner is thinking of physical sense conditions. Therefore, in this work, it was possible to speak of certain relations of the Earth's evolution to the simultaneous evolution on Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, etc. Now, when the human astral body has been drawn away by sleep, it belongs not only to the Earth, but to worlds of which still other regions of the universe are a part, that is, stellar worlds. Indeed, these worlds extend their influence to man's astral body even when he is awake. For this reason, the name astral body appears to be justified. Of man's life after death. Mention has been made, in the course of this book, of the time during which the astral body still remains joined to the etheric body of man after death. During this time, there exists a slowly paling recollection of the whole earth life just ended. The duration of this time varies in different individuals. It depends upon the strength with which the astral body clings to the etheric body, on the power which the former has over the latter. Supersensible cognition can gain an idea of this power by observing a person who, judging from his degree of fatigue, must of necessity fall asleep, but, by sheer inner force, keeps awake. It then appears that different people can keep awake for different lengths of time without being overpowered by sleep. The memory of the past life, in other words, the connection with the etheric body, lasts about as long after death as the length of time a man can keep awake when, in the most extreme case, he is compelled to. When the etheric body is detached from the individual after death, something of it nevertheless remains for man's whole subsequent development. This may be described as an extract, or the essence of it. This extract contains the result of the past life, and is the vehicle of all that which, during man's spiritual development between death and a new birth, unfolds like a germ for the following life. The duration of time between death and a new birth is determined by the fact that the ego, as a rule, returns to the physical sense world only when that world has been so transformed that the ego can experience something new. During its sojourn in spiritual regions, its dwelling place on earth undergoes a change. But this change is connected with the great changes in the universe, with changes in the constellation of the Earth, Sun, and so forth. These are changes in which certain repetitions take place in connection with new conditions. They find an external impression in the fact, for example, that the point in the vault of heaven at which the sun rises at the beginning of spring makes a complete circuit in the course of about 26,000 years. Hence, this vernal point, in the course of the period mentions, moves from one region of the heavens to another. In the course of the 12th part of that time, that is to say, in about 2100 years, conditions on the earth have changed sufficiently for the human soul to experience something new upon it since its previous incarnation. However, since the experiences of an individual vary according to whether he is incarnated as a woman or as a man, there are, as a rule, two incarnations within the time stated, one as a man and one as a woman. But these things are also dependent upon the nature of the forces which man carries with him from his earthly existence through death. Therefore, all the statements given here are to be taken only in a general sense, but can be subject to the greatest variations in special cases. The course of human life. Man's life, as it manifests itself in the sequence of events between birth and death, can be fully understood only by taking into account both the physical body with its senses and the changes undergone by man's supersensible principles. Occult science views those changes in the following manner. Physical birth is seen to be the detachment of the human being from its maternal covering. Forces which before birth the embryo shared in common with its mother's body are present independently in the child after birth. But in later life, supersensible events, similar to those of the sense world at physical birth, become perceptible to supersensible observation. That is, the etheric body of the human being, up to the change of teeth, is still enveloped in an etheric sheath. That is, around the 6th or 7th year. The etheric sheath falls away at that period, and then the birth of the etheric body occurs. But man is still surrounded by an astral sheath, which falls away between its 12th and 16th year at the time of puberty. This is the birth of the astral body, and at a still later period, the real ego is born. Now, after the birth of the ego, man lives in such a way that he adapts himself to the conditions of the world and of life and occupies himself within them in accordance with the principles active through his ego, the sentient, the intellectual, and the consciousness soul. Then there comes a time in which the etheric body retraces the process of its development from the 7th year onward in reverse order. At first, the astral body has so developed itself that it unfolds that which was present within it at birth as a germ. After the birth of the ego, this astral body enriches itself by experiencing the outer world. Finally, at a definite time, it begins to nourish itself spiritually by consuming its own etheric body. It actually lives upon the etheric body. The decay of the physical body in old age is a consequence of this. The course of human life therefore falls into 3 divisions: a time of unfoldment for the physical and etheric bodies, then one in which the astral body and the ego develop, and lastly, that in which the etheric and physical bodies are changed back again. But the astral body plays a part in all the events that take place between birth and death. Since it is really born in a spiritual sense only between the 12th and 16th years and must, during man's declining years, draw upon the forces of the etheric and physical bodies, that which it is able to perform by its own powers will develop more slowly than if it were not within a physical and an etheric body. After death, when the physical and etheric bodies have fallen away, evolution, during the time of purification, proceeds in such a manner that it occupies about 1/3 of the duration of life between birth and death. The higher regions of the spiritual world. By imagination, inspiration, and intuition, supersensible cognition gradually ascends into those regions of the spiritual world within which it can reach the beings who have to do with human and cosmic evolution. And thus, it also becomes possible to trace human evolution between death and a new birth in such a way that it becomes comprehensible. Now, there are still higher regions of existence, which can only be briefly indicated here. When supersensible cognition has risen to intuition, it lives in a world of spiritual beings. These too are evolving. That which concerns humanity of the present day extends upward in a certain sense, as far as the world of intuition. True, man receives impulses from yet higher worlds in the course of his evolution between death and rebirth, but he does not experience these impulses directly. They are brought to him by beings belonging to the spiritual world, and if these are considered, everything that happens reveals itself to man. But the special conditions of these beings, that which they themselves require in order to guide human evolution, can only be observed by means of a cognition that transcends intuition. We thus have a glimpse of worlds which we must so picture that within them the most highly spiritual features of the earth are there among the lowest. Logical decisions, for example, count among the highest things within the earthly sphere, while the activities of the mineral kingdom are among the lowest. Now, in those higher spheres, logical decisions correspond to about what the mineral activities are on Earth. Above the domain of intuition lies the region in which the cosmic plan is woven out of spiritual causes. The principles of man. When it is said that the ego works on the human principles, on the physical, etheric, and astral bodies, and transforms them in reverse order into spirit self, life spirit, and spirit man, this statement relates to the work of the ego on the human being by means of the highest faculties, the development of which was begun only under earthly conditions. But this transformation is preceded at a lower level by another change, giving rise to the sentient, the intellectual or rational, and the consciousness soul. For while, in the course of human evolution, the sentient soul is being formed, changes are taking place in the astral body. The growth of the intellectual soul expresses itself in transformations in the etheric body, and that of the consciousness soul in similar transformations in the physical body. Fuller information on this subject has been given in the book in the accounts of the evolution of the Earth. Thus, in a certain sense, we may say that the sentient soul itself is the result of a transformed astral body, the intellectual or rational soul of a transformed etheric body, and the consciousness soul of a transformed physical body. But we may also say that these three divisions of the soul are parts of the astral body. For example, the consciousness soul is only possible because it is an astral entity existing in a physical body suited to it. It lives an astral life within a physical body fashioned to be its dwelling place. The dream state. A description of the dream state has been given in another chapter of this book. On the one hand, it is to be regarded as a relic of the old picture consciousness peculiar to man during the moon evolution, and also during a great part of the evolution of the Earth. Evolution goes forward in such a way that earlier conditions resolve themselves into later ones. And so, in the dream state, there now appears in man a relic of what was once his normal condition. But at the same time, this condition from another aspect is different from the old picture consciousness. For since its development, the ego also has taken part in those activities of the astral body which are carried on during sleep in the dream life. Thus, through the presence of the ego, there arises in dreams a transformed picture consciousness. But since the ego does not consciously exercise its authority over the astral body during dream life, nothing belonging to the sphere of that life can be regarded as being really able to lead to a knowledge of higher worlds in an occult sense. Something similar holds good with regard to what is often called vision, premonition, or quote-unquote second sight. These arise through silencing the ego and the consequent appearance of remnants of the old condition of consciousness. In spiritual science, these are of no value. What may be observed in them cannot in any real sense be regarded as a result of it. The attainment of supersensible knowledge. The path to the attainment of knowledge of the higher worlds, which has been more fully described in this book, may also be called the direct path of knowledge. In addition to this path, there is another, which we may designate as the path of feeling. It would be quite a mistake, however, to believe that the former had nothing to do with the development of feeling. On the contrary, it leads to the greatest possible deepening of the life of feeling. But the path of feeling addresses itself directly and solely to the feelings, and seeks from this point to rise to knowledge. It rests on the fact that when the soul entirely surrenders itself to a feeling for a certain length of time, the latter is transformed into knowledge, into imaginative perception. When, for example, the soul is filled for weeks or months or even longer with the feeling of humility, the content of the feeling becomes transformed into a perception. Now, a path leading to supersensible regions may be found by devoting oneself to such feelings one by one. But for the man of today, bound by the ordinary circumstances of life, this is not easily carried out. Solitude, retirement from the life of the present day, is almost indispensable. For the impressions of everyday life disturb the soul, especially at the beginning of development, through absorption in certain feelings. On the other hand, the path of knowledge described in this book can be pursued in every situation of present-day life. Observation of special events and beings in the spiritual world. The question may be asked whether inner concentration and the other means described for the attainment of supersensible cognition permit us to observe only in a general way what happens between death and a new birth or other spiritual events. or whether they furnish the possibility of observing quite definite events and beings, as, for example, any given deceased person. To this, we must answer that one who has acquired the ability to see in the spiritual world by the methods explained can also perceive particular events which occur there. He acquires the power of putting himself in communication with individuals living in the spiritual world between death and a new birth. It must be observed, however, that in an occult sense, this ought to take place only after the proper training required for supersensible cognition has been undergone. For not until then is it possible to distinguish between illusion and reality in regard to certain events and beings. A man who tries to observe particular cases without due instruction may fall a victim to innumerable deceptions. The training which leads to the observation in higher worlds of what has been described in this book also leads to the ability to trace the post-mortem life of any specific individual, and no less does it lead to the observation and comprehension of all psycho-spiritual beings who, from the hidden worlds, work upon the visible ones. Correct observation of individual cases is only possible, however, on the basis of a knowledge of the universal great facts of the spiritual world, facts regarding the world and humanity which concern every human being. The desire for the one without the other leads into error. And that brings us to the end of an outline of occult science. Thanks so much for listening and for taking the time to explore this deep work so thoughtfully with me.